turn it over to her. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Actually, before we get started, because I forgot to mention to both staff and the commission, so last meeting, there was a lot of microphone feedback with us fiddling by the puffy part of the microphone. So when we're moving our microphones, let's try to do it from the base so there's less feedback. All right, well, let's get started. Welcome to the June 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. It's 7:04, and we're going to open the meeting with a roll call.
Vice Chair Berman.
Present.
Commissioner Devine.
Present.
Commissioner Godwin.
Present.
Commissioner Redfield.
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Present.
And Commissioner Godwin, can you lead us in the salute to the flag?
Sorry.
We need to, we have a remote.
And Vice Chair Hauser?
Yes.
Okay. And
Do you have this? Sorry, Chair, do you have the script for remote participation?
let me pull it up. All right, so Commissioner Hauser is requesting to participate remotely pursuant to AB 2449 under the Just Cause provision, which allows remote participation under certain circumstances. Commissioner Hauser, can you confirm for the record that you're requesting to participate remotely under AB 2449 because of a just cause circumstance?
Yes, confirmed.
Thank you. Can you please describe for the record the general circumstances related to your need to appear remotely? Note the general description, oh, sorry, that's for me.
Yes, I'm participating remotely due to a contagious illness that prevents my attendance in person.
Thank you. And under AB 2449, you're required to identify whether any other individuals 18 years of age are present in the room at the remote location that you are calling from, and identify the general nature of the relationship that you have with any individuals that are physically present in your room.
There's no one in my room. I am in my residence. My husband is in the general residence, but not in the room.
Thank you. And the next part I do not read, correct?
That's correct, but I will note that all votes tonight will need to be by roll call vote because of the remote participation.
All right, noted, thank you. All right, then let's jump back to the salute to the flag. Commissioner Godwin?
Sir. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Certainly.
All right, administrative business. So before we get into administrative business, I'll ask if there's any public comments on the administrative business. Not seeing any yellow cards. And also for those participating in person, there's yellow cards at the back of the room where you could fill out your comment for any of the items tonight on the agenda, and please provide them to staff up here at the front of the room. Are there any public comments on administrative items on Zoom or phone call-in?
There are no raised hands at this time.
All right, then I'll close that opportunity for public comment. So on to approval of the order of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Make a motion, we approve the order of agenda.
Motion made.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second, and we will vote by roll call.
That motion was made by Commissioner Redfield and seconded by Commissioner Godwin. Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Devine,
Yes.
Commissioner Ferguson is absent, Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Chair Hauser,
Yeah.
and Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
and Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
That motion passes.
All right, thank you. Next item is approval of minutes from the May 19th, 2025 meeting. Are there any questions, comments, or a motion to approve? Is there if no comments, motion to approve?
Second motion?
If someone else could make the motion first.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Commissioner Devine made the motion, and the second was by Commissioner Redfield. We're ready to vote?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yeah.
Commissioner Devine,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
The next item is designation of liaison to city council meeting. I don't know, is it typical to designate a liaison before we make a recommendation?
Yes, Chair Berman, it is usually at the beginning of the meeting. We do currently anticipate the rezoning that's before you tonight going to City Council on June 23rd. And then I believe the CIP is also going on June 23rd. Someone from Public Works, could you confirm that if the CIP is going to City Council on the 23rd?
Good evening, Louis Sun, Deputy Director of Public Works. Yes, the CIP item will be on the June 23rd City Council meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Director.
Thank you. So both of those items are before us tonight. I know oftentimes we don't choose a liaison until after we get to deliberate on the items, because that can help inform who may be the most appropriate commissioner to go. So would we be able to poll availability, but then make our decision of designation to liaison, like, within our motions perhaps, or after we actually deliberate on these items?
I think that's okay, yes.
Okay. Okay, then let's just see who's available so we could put a pin in that really quick. Who's available for the June 23rd meeting? I will be traveling back into town that day, so I will not be available.
I'm available that day.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Davis.
You will be out of town that day, too.
Okay.
I will probably be available. I
Okay.
might have a medical procedure and that would prevent me from going, but I
Oh.
will not know for a few days.
Okay. All right. Well, we have some availability, but I think it's best that we solidify a liaison after we actually make the recommendation. So we'll plan to do that after we make decisions on the items. Okay. On to oral communications. So these are communications for the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission for items that are not agendized tonight. Are there any public comments, oral communications? Not seeing any speaker cards. Anyone on Zoom?
We have one raised hand. Clifford Lawrence, you may unmute yourself.
Okay, point of order, I want to check, are we going to be allowed to comment on the Art Center later? Or is that public comment closed? Well, if it will be available later, I'll wait for that. I'll have my other comment is that I would like to persuade the commission to address SB 3079 and recommend its negative vote because it takes away the local control and it's not something we want to see happen. And I don't know if you've made any public comment on your position on SB 79. But if comment is going to be barred later on the Art Center, I'd like to say that if the plan is to say it's going to stay there, but the idea you really have in mind is demolition and rebuilding, who's going to rebuild it there? There's some concern, talk around town, that is what's kind of craftily planned. And we have no certainty on that. So that's my concern. We want the Art Center and Performance Center to stand as they are, where they are.
Thank you, Cliff. So that is encroaching into the purview of agenda item number 2, which the public comment for that agenda item is closed. So unfortunately, we cannot hear your comment pertaining to the Art Center.
There are no additional raised hands at this time.
Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda, consent items. It looks like we have none. On to consideration items. So item number 1 tonight, review of the 2025 to 2030 capital improvement program for consistency with the general plan. Recommended CEQA action is exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15378B4. Recommended action is adopt a resolution finding that the 2025 to 2030 capital improvement program is consistent with the general plan. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Deputy Director Harkusha will present, and then we do have members from Public Works available for questions. And actually, before we start, we do have our new Public Works Director here this evening, Director Melissa Tickbell. She's back there. Can you stand up and wave? So she's also joining us tonight. It's her first Planning Commission meeting.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you, Director Updegrave. Brian Harkusha, Deputy Director of Community Development Department. There's no visual presentation this evening, but I will just speak to the capital improvement program. The City of Pacifica Capital Improvement Program is a planning tool used to prioritize capital projects need on a 5-year cycle. Each year, the City Council is asked to review and adopt the 5-year CIP, updated with new projects and status of existing projects that the City Council's approval of the CIP does not constitute appropriation of funds to specific projects. However, prior to the City Council adoption, as required by California state law, the Planning Commission must determine if the projects are consistent with the city's general plan. Similarly, the Planning Commission's role also does not extend to project priorities or funding. As such, staff is recommending that the Commission finds the proposed capital improvement projects summarized in the staff report before you this evening are consistent with the city's 2040 general plan and adopt the attached resolutions as recommended. The staff report includes references from the general plan as appropriate to justify the consistency of these projects. There are public works staffs, as Director Updegrave mentioned, in attendance this evening and available to help answer any questions regarding these capital projects.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions before I open up public comment? Yep.
I have one. I need to recuse myself from the Lower Lindemar Rehabilitation and Repair Project, or the sewer project, because it directly benefits me. So,
And we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, actually. So I don't know if we need to go over kind of the process of recusing for one particular item for the CIP, or the idea that if there's something that's a general maintenance throughout the city, that we can participate.
So as Commissioner Godwin had noted that he feels he has a conflict, what I would recommend is that the commission first deliberate and opine on a finding of consistency as to that project, and Commissioner Godwin can leave the room for that and then come back for the remainder of the CIP.
Okay. And then, so Commissioner Godwin, shall he step out after we receive public comment?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Godwin. Anything else? All right, then I'll open public comment on agenda item number 1, which is our review of the CIP. If you're in the room, again, the yellow note cards can be populated and provided to staff up here at the front of the room. If you're dialing in, please refer to the screen for the dial-in number 1-650-898-6965. And if you're dialing in, press *5 to raise your hand. Looks like we have one in-person comment. All right. Mike Wallman.
Hi, how are you? I'm just here to ask, first of all, what is the capital improvement program? We're not seeing any display as to how whatever amount of money is being suggested to be spent, so how can we reasonably ask you questions about that? Thanks.
All right. Any other public comments in person? Looks like no. How about on Zoom or phone?
There are no raised hands at this time.
All right, then I'll close the public comment period, and I'll direct it back to staff. I know it was mentioned in the staff report, and the CIP was included in the agenda packet, which does include some financial information. But do you have anything to add, just in response to the public comment?
Thank you, Chair Berman. The issue that's before you tonight is whether it's consistent with the general plan, and the funding is a matter decided by the City Council. So the funding for the projects is not before the commission tonight.
Okay. Yep.
Can I just ask a question? Where might somebody from the public find that information, maybe from a previous city council meeting, so that we can direct them appropriately?
Sorry, I was just double checking if Commissioner Godwin was able to stay for questions. So in order to find, maybe we could bring someone from Public Works up to let us know exactly where to look, but there is information provided in the staff report, including a copy of the draft CIP. Sorry, thank you for clarifying that.
Good evening, Plan Commissioners, Deputy Director of Public Works / City Engineer, Roland Yip. So I would refer the resident to look at the May 12th meeting and attachment 4. So that previous meeting, we took the base budget to City Council as well as a list of the new projects. And so those are the newly funded projects for this fiscal year. So if you look at our packet page 77, that's going to have a breakdown of those projects Under project by status, those are the new projects that are requesting for funding.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to reiterate, in this Planning Commission meeting's agenda packet, it's packet page 77 that has the financial information. And then, as Director Updegrave mentioned, the financial review and approval will actually be held by City Council, because financials are not in the purview of the commission. All right. I think that gets us past questions and clarifications, so now would be a good time to recuse yourself, Commissioner Godwin, and we can deliberate, make a decision, and vote on the Lower Lindemar rehabilitation.
Chair?
Yep.
Okay. May I make a small point? The previous city council meeting, the Public Works Department did do a complete presentation of all the costs and analysis of the CIP. So if you can find it on YouTube, it was, I'm not sure the date, but it was the last city council meeting available on YouTube.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now we will discuss the Lower Lindemar Rehabilitation Project. Any deliberation items, or we could have a motion to approve just this item within the CIP. And can staff remind me the packet page that has the description of the CIP for the Lower Lindemar project? I'm scrolling to try to find it. I know it's towards the beginning.
Deputy Director Yip, can you direct us to what section it's under, and then I can find the packet page?
The CIP form itself for the Lower Lindemar Rehabilitation and Repair Project is on packet page 160.
Thank you. All right, so it looks like we don't have any comments. So we can take a motion.
And I just wanted to note that staff will prepare 2 resolutions for this. So there is a resolution in your packet about the consistency with the capital improvement program. And I'm trying to confirm the packet page. It's package page 65. And for this project, staff will prepare a separate resolution, just finding, assuming that the Planning Commission adopts the motion, that this project is consistent with the general plan.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is on packet page 65.
That's correct. It would, a motion could be to adopt a resolution finding that the specific project, which is part of the proposed capital improvement project, is consistent with the 2040 general plan.
Thank you.
Are we voting on that specific, make a resolution for that specific Lower Lindemar project?
That's correct. So staff will prepare 2 resolutions, one just for the Lower Lindemar consistency, and then the second resolution, which you will have an opportunity to consider when Commissioner Godwin comes back, is for the remainder of the capital improvement program aside from the Lower Lindemar project.
so I can try this. So we need to make, as I make a motion that we accept the CIP for the Lower Lindemar Sewer Rehabilitation Project.
And I'd also recommend finding that it's consistent with the general plan.
And finding that is consistent with the general plan.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Redfield
I'll second.
and Commissioner Davis seconds. Let's vote by roll call, please.
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Devine,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously with the absence of Commissioner Godwin.
Thank you. All right, so we'll ask Commissioner Godwin back. Thank you. And now we can continue with deliberation on the rest of the CIP, which will be under a separate resolution. One item is, so I know each year we look at the updated CIPs, and typically we find that it's all consistent with the general plan. I do appreciate that we get to review the CIP. I especially find CIPs extremely important because that is the way that the city gets to improve our public infrastructure. So it's an extremely important item. I know we don't typically have a lot of deliberation. For future, I'd request that the CIP isn't on the agenda of a really major item that we know is going to take a lot of time. I think it worked out fine tonight because we already reviewed the agenda item number 2 material before our last meeting, but for future, especially if we have to review a big agenda item fresh, it does take time to review the CIP. So for next year, it'd be great if the CIP could be the highlight of that meeting. But I understand the timeline constraints.
Thank you, Chair Berman. The CIP has to come at a pretty particular time because it has to go through its council process first and then has to come here before going to budget. So we are pretty constrained in terms of the timing. But yeah, I do apologize for that.
No, it's okay. Thank you. All right, any other deliberation items on the CIP? Then we could take a motion on the rest of the CIP projects, and the motion is the same one on page 65. Motion, anyone?
I'll give it a whirl.
All right.
I'm going to follow Chris's instructions. I make a motion that we find, make a motion to find the resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Pacifica, finding that the proposed 2025-2030 capital improvement program is consistent with the 2040 general plan.
We have a motion from Commissioner Davis.
And just to confirm for the record that excludes the Lower Lindemar project.
You want me to say that?
You can just
And
confirm that.
That would exclude the Lower Lindemar project.
Thank you very much.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Redfield. Let's take a roll call vote.
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Devine,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to agenda item number 2, continued public hearings. And just a reminder, I think most are aware, because I don't have an influx of comment cards, the public comment hearing period for this agenda item has been closed. It was closed during our last meeting. So we are purely continuing deliberation and making recommendations. Oh, and thank you to the Public Works Department for being here. Looking forward to working more with you. Thank you. All right, so continued public hearing, file number 2025-007, continuation of the Planning Commission deliberations of the adjourned public hearing on May 19th, 2025, regarding the proposed rezoning program, file number 2025-007, General Plan Amendments, GPA 108-25, Zoning Ordinance TA 128-25, and Associated Land Use, GPA 108-25, and Zoning Map Amendments, RZ 216-25, implementing rezoning required under the 2023-2031 housing element. Recommended CEQA action, City Council certification of Environmental Impact Report, EIR, and adoption of findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP. Recommended action is adopt a resolution initiating the text amendments to the general plan and zoning ordinance and general plan maps and zoning maps amendments, and recommending certification of the EIR and approval of the text and map amendments to the City Council. So since we are just continuing our deliberation, we do a staff report?
Thank you, Chair Berman. Staff has prepared a report and presentation. We recognize that some of the commissioners were absent from the last meeting, and so we just want to provide, I know you've watched the hearing, but we want to just provide the general context again. We want to reiterate the direction that we received from the Planning Commission at the last meeting, make sure we've gotten that right, if there's any clarifications. And then we have some additional information to present on the mixed-use institutional per what we heard from Planning Commission. So that's going to be the nature of our report, and I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Harkusha for that.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Director Updegrave. As Director Updegrave mentioned, this presentation continues the public hearing on the housing element rezoning program. We'll review overall goals, highlight updates since the last commission meeting, and summarize changes to the general plan and zoning code needed to implement the program HEI-1. As a recap, the rezoning program implements the adopted housing element by aligning local zoning and with state housing law and identified sites to meet Pacifica's RHNA, or Regional Housing Needs Allocation. It creates zoning that supports a range of housing types at appropriate densities as identified in the adopted housing element. As part of the rezoning program, the general plan and zoning map and text are proposed to be amended to implement the program. A final environmental impact report is also proposed. These amendments ensure the general plan and zoning code are consistent with the housing element and comply with state law. They support housing production by modernizing land use regulation and provide a framework for proposed housing projects on specific sites identified in the adopted housing element. The objective development standards apply to all new zoning districts and are designed to ensure clear, consistent criteria for new development. They help streamline housing projects as required by HCD while maintaining design and quality. As mentioned in the last meeting, there were about 4 study sessions that the Planning Commission participated in that really helped refine these objective development standards within the rezoning program. Additionally, there were architectural test fits that were used to shape feasible density achieving standards for identified zoning districts, and those were performed by Van Meter Pollock Williams. As a recap of the May 19th Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission provided input on multiple topics, including parking, floor area ratio, land use definitions, and site eligibility. Tonight's presentation shows a recap of Planning Commission's direction, staff's changes, and recommended approaches on specific items raised by the Commission. The Commission requested that the City Attorney research the MFHBR sites before recommending final inclusion of these sites listed on the screen here. These sites are tied to the RENA shortfall obligations and by right provisions under state law. The Commission directed staff to correct various items in the commercial parking for new districts, and these standards will be updated. This includes corrections to the office uses to align with the Sharp Park specific plan, so that would be 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. To also modify the review authority for shared parking and mixed-use projects to be the Planning Commission, rather than the director, and then for shared parking for retail service establishments and office would still remain at the discretion of the community development director. Residential parking for 2-family and multifamily, so the Commission directed staff to modify residential parking for the new and existing districts. That would be modified to require 2 spaces for each unit with 2+ bedrooms and 1 guest space per 5 units. And that's excluding studios and 1 bedroom, so that guest parking would only apply for 2+ bedrooms. And then for the new and existing districts, we are proposing to remove garage and carport requirements for new existing districts and allow tandem spaces when parking for the same unit. On this slide, it provides language of PC's direction on minimum floor area ratios in the general plan. So we're proposing to mirror the density ranges. The minimum FAR would mirror the density ranges in the general plan, and staff will incorporate these changes as revisions to the general plan. And I will pass it over to Director Updegrave to continue the discussion of mixed-use institutional districts.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Can I have a clicker? Okay. So at our last hearing, there was a lot of discussion about the mixed-use institutional general plan designation, and we didn't get into the zoning districts so much, although that was also part of the conversation. So what we heard was that these sites, the intention was to designate them for higher density residential institutional and community uses, not the same as, sorry, I'm gonna take this off while I talk. Not the same as like mixed use with commercial. And so we received direction in the general plan to separately define mixed use and mixed use institutional, and then to modify the uses in the zoning to follow the residential districts. And then we have some additional considerations to put before the Planning Commission tonight. So again, our objective was just to revise the definition of mixed-use institutional for consistency with Planning Commission direction, and the additional consideration of adding cultural uses. Just a quick couple of definitions that already exist within the general plan. So cultural facilities is defined as premises operated to accommodate cultural pursuits such as visual or performing arts, lectures, or exhibitions. And mixed use is defined, describes a development project which includes 2 or more categories of land uses such as residential and commercial or commercial and professional office and the like. And then says for further discussion, sends you to the land use element section on mixed use centers, which is where our land use designations are located. Here we've just sort of provided some potential language for consideration. So again, this splits out our, I guess you would call it regular mixed use and mixed use institutional. So mixed use would change to, the general plan provides 7 mixed-use designations to create areas where different land uses, such as housing and commercial uses, may be integrated. And then pulling out that mixed-use institutional. So one potential is the general plan provides 4 mixed-use institutional designations to create areas where housing, institutional, and public uses, for example, government facilities, infrastructure, schools, and religious institutions, and cultural facilities may be integrated. And then the family daycare and community care facilities are permitted by state law. That's in all of our districts. So that was our effort to get at pulling those 2 things apart more clearly. And I think we also heard from the Commission concern about making sure we had cultural facilities also listed within those designations. So great, we already had the definition too in the general plan, which is very helpful. So then when we get into the individual designations, they might look something like this. The mixed use institutional, whether it's 30, 40, 50, land use designation is intended for higher density residential mixed uses that include non-residential institutional uses and cultural facilities. Residential density shall be at, and then just listing the range as we do in our other districts for density. And then just as a point of consideration, we didn't have any majority direction, but there was a lot of conversation about whether or not to have any kind of commercial allowances. So just wanted to point that out for further discussion or consideration if the Planning Commission wants to consider that tonight. So then taking that into the zoning ordinance, which again, we were given direction to make the uses in the zoning district consistent with the direction on the general plan. And so our recommended approach would be to start with the permitted uses. It's our code can be a little bit of a choose your own adventure. So R5 is our highest density zoning district, and it says for allowed uses, see R3. And then you go to R3 for the allowed uses, and then under the conditional uses for R3, it says see also conditional uses for R1 and R2. So, I think our recommended approach is to start with those permitted and conditional uses that are currently allowed within our residential district, and then modify those as needed to reflect the intended mixed-use institutional and residential. And so within that, frameworks. We've combined them all together so you don't have to jump around to all the code sections. Within our residential, within the R3, duplexes, multifamily dwellings, accessory buildings and uses, community care facilities for 6 or less persons, indoor-outdoor cannabis cultivation for personal use subject to cannabis article, and ADUs and JADUs. And then into the combined conditional uses, single-family, boarding houses, lodges, dormitories, lodges, clubs, club rooms, and dormitories, churches and schools, parks, playgrounds, bed and breakfast inns, coastal access, mobile home parks, and community care facilities for more than 6 people. And then some potential additions for consideration, again, pulling from existing uses and language within the zoning ordinance, would be art galleries, dance art studios, and craft production shops, performing art venues, libraries, and accessory commercial uses incidental to a permitted or conditional use. And that, we can put these slides back up too during consideration. We just wanted to provide that. I guess I can just finish. For the Sanchez Art Center, the direction we received was to make a recommendation to City Council to consider adding language to identify the existing use of the site as an art and performance space. And then there was a request for some additional information on General Plan OCI 5 related to Sanchez Park. So in looking at that, it's really related to the park improvements, and it does talk about integrating the art center into the park, but there's nothing in that would prohibit the rezoning program or however that site may be developed in the future within the polygon that the Planning Commission developed. We also heard that, so currently Housing and Community Development, the State Department of Housing and Community Development is looking at the zoning to give preliminary feedback. And we heard that if HCD is requesting changes for state law compliance, that the changes need to return to the Planning Commission before a City Council. And with that, I think that brings us to where we are now, to continue deliberation on the remaining issues, which I believe are the final environmental impact report, zoning ordinance, direction on incorporating revisions, and direction on incorporating changes, if any, requested by HCD. Oh, I'm sorry, that last slide, I think, was, there was more discussion on that. Sorry. That's why it's on this slide. And then to provide final direction to staff and to consider the staff recommendation to adopt the resolutions recommending approval of the rezoning program. And here's the motion that we can put back up when we get there. There is a technical edit. We realized after publication that we didn't update the dates on the resolution to reflect today's date, so that's a change that staff would need to make on the finals. And then lastly, I think we just have a point of order on another conflict of interest. That I don't know, Chair Berman, maybe you want to talk about that. So that concludes staff's presentation, though.
Okay, thank you. I know we do have, so similar to the first part of this meeting, a couple weeks ago, we had one commissioner that was conflicted out of one of the sites, and so she recused herself while we deliberated and made a decision on that site. That was Site 19. And a reminder to all commissioners that we will not be discussing Site 19 tonight because we already made a decision on that one and it's closed. Similarly, there's a couple of other sites that one of our commissioners will have to recuse from, and we will deliberate on those sites, ask our questions, deliberate on them, and then make our decisions on those sites via vote while that commissioner is recused. Question, though. So thank you for this presentation. I'm hoping that after receiving this presentation, we could jump into clarification questions on the presentation. Are we allowed to do that in advance of Commissioner Devine's recusal?
Yes, you can do that as long as they don't pertain specifically to the sites that you will be deliberating on.
Okay, thanks. Then if it's okay with the rest of the commission, I'd like, while it's fresh in our minds, I'd like for us to be able to ask questions of clarification on the presentation that was just provided by staff. I know I have a few, but I'll offer it to others to go first.
Thank you, Chair. I have to jump right to the elephant in the room, and that's item 5, which is Sanchez Art Center. I wanted to ask City Attorney if that is, and also Director, if that is going to be an issue with HCD to put language in, if it's substantive change, that comes back to us, I believe, correct? If language is included from, for protection, as is somewhat written, somewhat ambiguously in the general plan on that specific site.
So let me make sure I understand your question correctly. So it would be continuing to rezone the site, but just to add clarifying language that the art center should remain in place and some of the language that was discussed today. So I believe that that would be consistent with the housing element itself, because the housing element did, there was language in the housing element that indicated that the art center would remain in place. So that would be consistent with the housing element, and I do not think that that would be problematic.
If I could add to that, Commissioner Redfield, I think the thing to keep in mind is whether you're adding language that will prevent the ability to develop housing on the site. And so the way that the polygon is drawn, it is drawn across the buildings. And so if those buildings are required to be preserved, that could impact the ability to develop housing on the site that the Planning Commission has identified for housing. So I think that is the thing that to keep in mind.
Right, and so, in other words, that could impact, obviously, that property and inclusion in the housing element, having the buildings in the polygon?
I think that the regulatory framework is to create the capacity for housing. So if you're talking about the preservation of buildings as is, is that a constraint on the ability to develop housing? And this is a publicly owned site that will be subject to a very rigorous public process. And so that, I think that's just something to weigh. If you're wanting to add language into the general plan or to the zoning.
Right, and I understand that that is a very rigorous public process because it is a public site. So that could easily, through resolution by council, obviously be protected in the future as it's noted in the general plan currently. Is that correct?
I don't think I feel like I don't fully understand the question.
Can I jump in, because this is one of the clarification questions that I had, and I think I have the same question as you, but I'm going to rephrase it and tackle it from a different angle. So if you don't mind going back to the slide about OCI 5. So the question that I had in the first part of this meeting a couple weeks ago was, does the policy in the general plan, OCI 5, that talks about preservation of the park, the dog park, and the art center. I remember when we worked on the general plan, we included that policy as intended to preserve, as in this site will always have an art center, a dog park, a park. So my question from last meeting was, does that general plan policy uphold against any housing development that may in the future be proposed on the Sanchez Art Center site? So to put it in a hypothetical, let's say, and I know there's going to be a rigorous public comment and engagement process, but let's say the city sold the Sanchez Art Center property, and it's a housing developer that purchased it, and they want to develop housing in the polygon. I'm looking for confidence that that developer will have to abide by General Plan Policy OCI 5, and therefore must either preserve the existing art center and dog park, et cetera, or enhance, like renovate. I mean, it is an old building, but ensure that, I don't know, 1-to-1 square footage art center is there on that site.
Thank you, Chair Berman and Commissioner Redfield. OCI 5, again, is related to park and open space and those improvements, and is not directly related to the Pacifica Center for the Arts, and would not prevent development of within the polygon.
Okay, different question. Would development within the polygon be able to get rid of the park and what's asked of in OCI 5?
I believe those areas are outside of the polygon. So there would not be part of a proposal on that site. So there's no.
I think
so. It would not like threaten the existence of the park, if that is.
I believe, and I don't have it in front of me right now, but I believe OCI 5 does say art center in it.
It says to integrate the art center into the existing park. But again, this is a provision that is about the park and the open space, which is not located within that polygon. And it's discretionary language. These aren't, it's not a requirement.
I'm going to pull up, because I just want the polygon in front of me while we're talking about this. But, and Commissioner Redfield, sorry that I jumped in. I don't know if that kind of.
Yeah, I appreciate you're clarifying my thoughts.
Okay.
And there is one thing that I will add as well, is that as the owner of the property, when the city issues a notice of availability or an RFP for the site, the city would have the ability to control not just what is developed there, but also how it is developed there.
Mm-hmm.
So the city, if as you're mentioning, the compliance with this general plan policy obviously would need to be required, and integration of the art center would also be the goal of the city. That would also be included in any notice of availability or any intent to transfer the property.
And I understand that, but I guess my concern is that we're making presumptions that an entirely new city council, maybe 20 years from now, because the site's probably going to remain on the housing element until then, may not remember this discussion and may not care. So I'm looking for language or ways that we could have confidence that almost written into the code or written into the zoning, the park, the art center is preserved or incorporated into development. So it sounds like we don't have that confidence with OCI 5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then, and we could talk about this further in deliberation, but I'd be interested in looking at other ways we can incorporate language to feel confident that that preservation of the art center is there. And actually, speaking of which, Director Updegrave, you mentioned that our current housing element does mention preservation of the art center. Do you mind pointing us to where that is? And I guess I'll direct my question to that. Does the statement in the housing element that talks about preserving the art center, does that uphold any developer's requirement? Or I guess, does it make a developer required to preserve the art center?
Thank you, Chairperman. I believe you're referring to, at our last hearing, I had talked about during the city council hearing on the updated housing update to the housing element that was adopted on March 24th of this year. This issue was discussed at length, and the city council had shared their commitment to including arts uses within any development project. So again, the vision, the city maintains control over this property as the property owner. So someone can't come in and just make an application on it, right? So as the property owner, it's within the city's purview. And so the city needs to go through, a public process, a public visioning process for the site. And in that hearing, the city council, reiterated their commitment to including arts uses within the site and within the redevelopment of the site. And there are a lot of interests in that, right? As you were talking about, like with the park area and the dog park, right? So I think there's a lot of different interests in the site, and the city council was expressing their commitment, through their process.
So then the language that was included that states there must be art incorporated into the site, I mean, could that be interpreted as removing the art center and then putting a brand new sculpture and calling it art, or putting a new mural and saying, okay, check, we got art?
Again, they were talking about art uses at the site.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they were very specific about that.
May I ask one related question? The city council statements do not require the indefinite maintenance of the current building. The building could be replaced, the way I understood it, by something new and, more robust. And, or have I misinterpreted it and that's not really what they said?
There aren't any development proposals that have been laid out, right? And the city hasn't gone through that process. But, my understanding was that the commitment was to, whatever the redevelopment, or development on that site may be, that it would contain, that they were committed to, also having, arts uses on that site, but there weren't any specific development proposals that were bounced around or talked about.
Right. They need an art building, they need an art space, they need something for music and presentation space, but it doesn't have to be this 65-year-old and continually aging building with maintenance problems.
Right, and I think that would
be... It could be something else.
Right, I think that would be part of, again, that community vision and city council visioning process.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think
what that
there's
might look like.
So, sorry,
strong
just to
support for that.
jump in, I think a couple of minutes ago, Vice Chair Hauser mentioned that she actually has a comment or a question, but we are not able to hear her, and I can't see the screen, I can't see her hand. So, Vice Chair Hauser, can you try speaking? No, we can't.
What about now?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Can we get a little bit more insight into what the thorough public process looks like? And I think where my question is going is, when you market this as a surplus land act site, it doesn't typically require public outreach. And so I think, is the vision that there's going to be a DDA that controls some of the things we're talking about with the public input, or I think we want to hear more about what the public process looks like.
Yes, if you could give me a minute, thank you, Commissioner Hauser. I will pull up the housing element, but it does outline some pretty specific steps within the public sites process. So if you give me a moment, I will get that pulled up. I realized it closed up.
And while Director Updegrave pulls that up, I just want to make sure we don't get into deliberation. I know, so we're still in the realm of asking clarification questions on the presentation, which I know involves clarification of OCI 5 from the general plan and what staff's findings were on language for the Art Center preservation. But maybe after Director Updegrave's answers, we could kind of move more high level back to the presentation and then circle back to detailed deliberation.
Yeah, so again, this was, the city council, did talk about this at great length at their meeting on March 24th. And, because the city owns the property, the city council gets to determine what all that process looks like, right? And so within the housing element itself, sorry, it's very difficult to navigate within here. You have it up. Do you want to?
Yeah, so in the housing element itself, it lists about 6 steps that the city will conduct as part of the city-owned sites. So the first step is that the city will conduct a fit study, which would include commissioning a consultant to demonstrate feasibility to inform council direction on preparation of a surplus land act and other required processes. And staff will present a menu of options for potential development and any recommendations to the city council. And the second item is that there would be a determination of the process under the SLA or Surplus Land Act by which the city will propose to transfer each site, which may include a declaration that a site is exempt under SLA, or that the city plans to issue a notice of availability to transfer the site. The third step is to develop project descriptions and the RFP process, as they mentioned, and solicit developers. The fourth step is to target exclusive negotiating agreements. And then the fifth step is to target land use entitlements for issuance of those developments.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Can you help me understand where the public component of that comes in? I just want to understand what the public process we're talking about is.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall within the housing element itself and within our general plan, public outreach, community outreach is a really big, it's interwoven throughout a lot of different goals and policies. And again, as the city council stated, in their, at the March 24th hearing, there is going to be public engagement around, how the public sites are handled. And so I know that we're, our department is gearing up, also too, to, start thinking about the public engagement strategies for the city, and bringing that, forward to council.
All right, I think now's a good time to put a pin in the Art Center and the public engagement process, et cetera, and jump back to the presentation if any commissioners have clarification questions.
So, if I may, so what you're saying is we're going to close the conversation about Sanchez Art Center at Site 23 as it pertains to the presentation, but we will come back to it later because I do have questions about it, but not directly to the presentation.
I wouldn't use the term close. Okay. More so, I think we're going to get into deliberation on the Art Center.
Okay.
And I'm asking the commission if there's any further questions of clarification on the presentation that staff presented in the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So could you go back? It was one of the first slides on the by right overlay. So when you were giving the presentation, I understood you, and maybe I misunderstood, which is of course why I'm asking for clarification. I understood you to say that the by right on all these sites is legally required? Or did I misunderstand?
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. We were, at our last meeting, the Planning Commission gave direction to staff to remove these sites from the by right zoning and for the city attorney to do additional research and analysis on the sites prior to taking it to city council. And so staff presented, these as required under state law. So now we're following Planning Commission's direction to remove it and to have the city attorney do additional research and analysis prior to taking it to city council.
Okay, so when you say you presented them as required under state law, can you expand on that a little bit for me?
The state law requires shortfall sites that are required for our lower income RENA to be eligible for by right development if they meet certain criteria.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a clarification question, Director Updegrave, when you were presenting on the the residential zoning amendments. So staff basically reorganized and consolidated. Is that the plan? Is that what is being proposed for this? Do you mind elaborating on that? So what was changed exactly?
Thank you, Chair Berman. So the way that the MUI zoning districts appear in the draft ordinance is more of what you might call like a traditional mixed-use zoning district, so housing, commercial, and such. But based on the direction, that we got from the Planning Commission, the intention was really for the residential and the institutional uses. And so, I just, in order to give the Planning Commission something to start with in terms of thinking about, what are the uses that you wanted within those districts, we're just presenting kind of what is, what's already allowed, either permitted outright or with a conditional use permit within our residential districts, and to have that information available for your discussion and considerations so that we can get direction on what you want to see for the allowed uses there. It seemed pretty clear to me that what we had put in the draft ordinance was not workable for the commission. So it's kind of a starting over, I guess.
Okay.
Would be a way to think of it.
Okay, and trying to reorganize it, and then I'm sure we'll circle back to this in more detail when we deliberate. But I was trying to follow, because you said that we make a lot of references from R5 to R3. So are we amending that? And
No, sorry. I just wanted to let you know kind of where we got that information from. So if you look at the R5 district, which is our highest density district that we have in the zoning ordinance, it references R3, which also references R2, which also references R1. So the list that we put together is just it's a combination so that we don't have to keep jumping around.
Okay.
But that is essentially the list of the permitted and conditional uses within our residential districts.
Okay, so it'll be clear when an engineer or someone goes to the zoning and says, I want to look for R4 or MUI 40,
Yeah.
they'll go there and they'll have all the answers there.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, we're not doing any more referring here to there to there.
Got it.
Yes.
Sorry, I asked that question in an odd way.
No, it makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Okay.
So I actually have a question around the MUI as you presented some of those examples. I was curious when you you mentioned that we could add cultural facilities, and you mentioned Airbnb or a bed and breakfast, I'm sorry. God forbid Airbnb. Would either of those, would the definition of a bed and breakfast and or cultural facilities in this context allow for some component of commercial activity around the designation of a bed and breakfast or cultural facilities? And I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm thinking about, for instance, Sanchez Art Center, where they do sell art as well. It's not the primary purpose of the facility, but is there a way to allow for some component of commercial?
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I think that's part of the deliberation and the discussion. So staff just presented sort of the definitions and the terms that we already have, that already exist within the ordinance. And then I think that's more for your deliberations.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hauser, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Chair. So I had a question on, I think it was one of the last slides, that said that, so we spoke at the last meeting about how HCD is reviewing our rezoning program in parallel. And the last slide stated that if HCD has comments, that the housing element would go back to Planning Commission. So I had two questions that came out of that were both based on logistics. The first one was, if we made a recommendation to move forward and then this went to council prior to getting HCD's comments, if HCD still had comments, would we come back and do an amendment? That was the first question. And then the second question is there a threshold for the type of comments from HCD that would kind of trigger everything coming back to Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chair Hauser. Typically, if the changes are not substantive, those are the changes that staff would make, and then incorporate and identify in our, council report to take to City Council. If there were substantive changes, those would come back. If there were substantive changes that the Planning Commission hadn't considered, it was, I think what we were hoping to get tonight was more clarity on the Planning Commission's direction on how to incorporate changes. If there were any, there seemed to be concern about that. And it's for the changes to the rezoning program too, not the housing element itself.
And then logistically, is there a time frame we're expecting them to respond in? And what happens if it goes through us and council and then HCD doesn't accept, because there are comments?
I believe we will have comments back before June 23rd. So we are expecting them, I guess, sooner than later. Once council adopts a rezoning program, the whole package, the whole final package gets sent to HCD for their formal review. And I believe that it's either 30 days or 60 days for, it looks like.
Yes, so the formal submittal would, if it was submitted to HCD, I believe they have a 60-day review, and then responses or comments on our formal submittal. We'll receive them within 60 days. The preliminary draft that we sent to HCD for review was on May 16th, and we anticipated a couple weeks for review and potential preliminary responses, but we have not heard back as of yet.
All right. I think and what's nice about having this presentation, thank you again for preparing it, is we could come back to the presentation towards the end of our deliberation and make sure that we provide clarification and direction to each of the items that are included here, which from what I remember from last meeting, I think you covered everything that we needed to finalize. Okay. Any other clarification questions on the presentation? All right, then next we will allow a commissioner to recuse themselves and discuss a few sites that they are conflicted out of.
Hi there. I need to recuse myself for the next 3 sites, I believe. I own real property in the area within the vicinity, and so I'm going to let me know when I can come back in.
And just to clarify with staff, are these sites 10, 11, and 12?
They are sites 38,
Oh.
J, and I.
Oh, the other side of those. Oh, yes. Yeah, because you're Rockaway, not Valamar. Okay. All right. Thank you. So 38, I, and J?
Yes.
Okay.
And then this is just for the rezoning of those sites.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so looks like what we have before us is a list of the 3 sites, and we have an updated zoning and both updated zoning and land use maps. When I say updated, I mean it's a snippet of just these 3 sites, which will be attached to the resolution that we'll make on each of the 3 sites. And can we, if we have a similar recommendation for all 3 sites, can we make one motion inclusive of all 3?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we still have a quorum. We have 4 in person, 1 over Zoom. Happy to receive questions and/or deliberation on 1 or all 3 of these sites.
Derek, can I ask a question?
Yep, please.
So looking at these 3 sites, it looks like 2 of them are R60 and 1 of them is MUI 60. Would it be advisable to go through those 2 land use designations, or how would you prefer that we do this?
Yeah, and actually, we went over this when you recused yourself with the last one. So my understanding, and staff can chime in if necessary, is that we can later, after making decisions on these 3 sites, we could still make zoning amendments to R60 and MUI 60, or whichever MUI designation it is. We could still make changes and deliberate on those zoning text amendments, and they would basically back apply to our approval of the 3 sites here. So I think what we're looking at discussing is any just specific comments for each of those 3 sites, aside from the zoning text amendments.
That is correct, Chair Berman.
So I will go ahead and just throw out site 38 to start. And I have a question on site 38. Although this does relate to the text amendment in zoning, describing site 38 as a combined zoning district, so combined as in there's 2 APNs, and the implication is that both APNs are developed in concert. So my question is, and this will apply to other sites as well, but I'll ask it specifically for site 38. What if those 2 properties are under separate ownership? I think that's undue burden to those separate owners. If one owner wants to develop and the other doesn't, then the combined zoning district would require them to work together, correct? So how do we navigate that? And I guess a more specific way to ask my question is, do these 2 need to be does site 38 need to be broken up into 2 separate sites?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the information in the ordinance. It looks like there are 2 separate APN numbers. So I can look. So your question is whether they have to be developed together or could they be developed separately? Is that the question?
Yes. Well, I guess there's a couple questions with it. That is one. And depending on the answer to that, then my next question is, should we split site 38 into 2 separate sites? And the reason why I'm asking this question is and this could all change if we decide to change the zoning text, but in the zoning text amendment recommendation, section 9-4.6703, it's kind of the last page of text amendments. Item C3.3 says other sites made up of multiple parcels as identified by unique APNs are to be treated as one contiguous site.
Chair Berman, just looking in the housing element, it says that Site 38, it says this vacant site is located to the rear of Site 38 and controlled by the same owner that's expressed interest in residential development. And it says that the sites could be developed together or separately.
Where does it say that? Because I think that's inconsistent with what the zoning text says.
I'm looking at Appendix F of the housing element itself.
Okay.
And it says these sites could be, starting at the top, Coast Highway, north side of Lutheran Church, site map number 38. The owner of 2 parcels measuring 1.26 acres has provided the city with written requests to include this land in the sites list for residential development. 1 parcel measures 0.06 acres, encompasses the corner and tip. So it sounds like, looking in the housing element, that these 2 APNs are purposely combined.
Okay.
Sorry.
So maybe it may not be.
And that a lot merger will be required, which is not considered a constraint for approval. So just looking in the housing element, it looks like there was analysis done on Site 38.
Okay.
As combined.
So it may not be a concern for Site 38 specifically, but I think I will want to talk about other combined sites and potentially changing the zoning text language rather than stating that they shall be treated as one contiguous site, that sites like this may be treated as one contiguous site, but we could get into that later. Anyone else with questions or deliberation on Site 38?
I did have a question, and part of it's because I'm coming in late to this whole process, but I was curious about the density of the sites, and I know this probably sounds like a very broad question, but when I was reading the FEIR specifically on these sites along the highway, there was some question about from CDFW about environmental concerns, and there were also some comments about traffic mitigation and traffic issues that we all know are pretty severe at times down there. And I wondered about this and maybe you could answer it for all the sites, because it seems like we just kind of broad brushed across it to double the density of sites that are included in this housing element.
Commissioner Davis, could you clarify your question, please?
Yes, and maybe this is the wrong time to be asking, and I apologize, but it has been something that I noticed. So it's currently, max density is 30, and they're going to 60. And I just wondered how, it seems like all of the sites that are listed on the revised table that you sent out with the, the reformatting, Table 1, sites with proposed land use and zoning designation changes, pretty much the proposed maximum density has doubled, and I was just curious about that.
Well, that's what was analyzed within the EIR itself and where those mitigation measures came from, or, that is the density that was analyzed within the environmental impact report.
Okay.
And in addition to that, it's, those densities were analyzed as part of the housing elements sites inventory list.
Yes.
So those densities were further reviewed, and they looked at the land area and calculated how much capacity of housing could fit on those particular sites in the sites inventory list.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hauser?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to mention, so I feel like I'm going to share your concern on some of the separate APNs, but I did want to say, in case we want to talk about this later, but we need to talk about Site 38, I think it's really important that they can be considered together so that you're not creating setback issues where all of a sudden you're losing an efficiency in the site by having to have a setback from an interstitial, polygon. So if there was a separate owner that developed one portion and then in sequence the second owner came in and developed the second portion, that there wouldn't be a requirement for, a 20-foot front yard setback when we're considering it as one site, if that makes sense.
It does, and yeah, and I think we'll talk about it, but I was thinking of making it just more flexible and saying may be treated as one contiguous site. But yeah, I think that's going to warrant further discussion. And what I am understanding is we can make decisions on that, the combined zoning district text amendments, and they will back apply to Site 38. If we added some flexibility in the zoning language saying, instead of, I don't even know if it says shall, but implying that they shall be treated as one contiguous site, if we ended up changing that zoning language to say may be treated as one contiguous site, that would back apply to Site 38 after we make our decision.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make a point of clarification because I was conflating two different things in the housing element. So Site 38, one of those parcels only has 0.06 acres on it, which is why those two are combined. And then Site I is to the rear of Site 38. And so I had started reading that to begin with, but really Site 38 is combined because of one of those parcels is quite small.
Yeah, and I actually went through the table and I noted all of the acreages for each of the APNs, and I think there's a couple of combined APNs into one site that probably use that same approach, just one, yeah, it's a few very small sites. So I get it, and I'm supportive of it, because to Vice Chair Hauser's point, we don't want setbacks on either side of a property line that splits two properties that ultimately want to develop the same thing to hinder a development. Okay. Well, I don't feel a need to specifically request that Site 38 is separated into two sites. So I don't have any other comments on Site 38. Any other questions or comments on Site 38?
I have a question about the whole kind of kit and caboodle here.
Mm-hmm.
On our last meeting, Director Updegrave had, I can't remember if it was you, Director, or if it was our liaison from Van Meter, but someone had suggested that we reanalyze how we measure height And I feel like these 3 sites in particular are a very good example of where we'd want to understand that, because there's a very large berm before you get to the sites, and then there's a ton of grade in particular on these. And I'm wondering if there needs to be any discussion on that now before making a motion, before, you know, if the way we currently measure height is in any way prohibitive.
Yeah, and I'll pose that question to staff. And I think part of your question, Vice Chair Hauser, is do we need to specifically talk about height allocation for each of these 3 sites? Or once we get back into deliberation holistically, if we further analyze the height requirements per zoning area, or I guess, sorry. Let me go back to Vice Chair Hauser. Are you concerned, you're concerned specifically with these 3 sites, given their orientation to the highway behind a berm? So I'm guessing that it would probably be beneficial for us to specifically talk about that right now. Okay.
You can talk about height on these sites now if you want, yes.
Okay. I mean, just theoretically, would we be able to give a specific height restriction only to these 3 sites, and then later, so aside from whatever zoning they are? Or no matter what, it needs to be consistent with what our ODS revisions are?
I would say that the height is, the allowable height is established within the zoning district itself for the site. So that would be the height limit for the sites, for the zone, right, is based in the development standards. But you're asking to give, I guess, if you were to give a different height limit or a different way of measuring height?
If we were to ask for specific height limit restrictions on these 3 sites specifically, would we then also have to apply that height restriction to all other sites in those zones? Or can we have unique ODSs per site?
I think you could potentially add, that's a good question. I think you could, I think you could specify different height limits for specific sites within, but the place that you would have to do it would be within the zoning district for whatever that site is zoned.
Okay.
Like, I think that's where it would have to live. Like, there's not a separate section for that.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So, like, if it was R60, you'd have to put it in the R60.
Go ahead.
Clarify my question.
Yep.
Okay, so you've got 3 sites that all have a zoning designation that allow 55 feet, which I think is the height that you, like the true height that you need in order to achieve 60 dwelling units an acre. And what I'm responding to is in last Planning Commission staff report, there was a chart that said there's a future comprehensive update to height measurement needed for steeply sloped sites. And I'm actually wondering if in staff's assessment, we need to make a current allowance for an additional however many feet of height to be able to still accommodate 60 dwelling units an acre.
I see.
So for these 3 sites in particular, do we need more height to get the density that we're prescribing here?
Thank you for that clarification, Vice Chair Hauser. Changing height measurements was not within the scope of the rezoning program or how we calculate height. So that has not been analyzed, but we do recognize it as a potential constraint And that, when you have sloped lots, this may be an area where people may need to use waivers.
Okay. Or like nearest adjacent grade for each building, I think would also be an effective way to deal with that now, and then we could potentially amend it.
Right, yeah, we haven't done that analysis.
Okay.
Could we add that clarification language, though? The height measurement is based off of existing grade directly adjacent? Or grade adjacent to the structure?
For citywide or for these sites
For the
in
housing
particular?
element? Because I think what you're saying is we can't do it citywide at this meeting, right?
Yeah, and I mean, so we haven't analyzed a different height measurement for these sites. So, but you can, if there's something that you wanted to add within the specificity of that zone.
I guess, well, I guess, especially if we did test fits, I guess we were assuming the height was probably measured from finished floor, ground floor, right? And I'm
based on the.
And I'm wondering, and this is kind of tangential from Vice Chair Hauser's question, but I'm wondering if we should put clarification on what we mean by the height.
That is something you could add if the majority of the Planning Commission wants to.
Okay. And actually, I probably wouldn't say based on finished floor of the ground floor, because you could put that finished floor 5 feet taller. So I think I would say based on adjacent grade. Okay, we could talk about that in further deliberation. So then, Vice Chair Hauser, did you want to discuss anything specific for these 3 sites? With respect to height or ODSs?
I wanted to bring it up now because I think that these were the 3 sites that that have this constraint. There are maybe 1 or 2 others, but most of the sites on the housing element are relatively flat. And so I wanted to bring it up now so that I wasn't creating an issue when Commissioner Devine is present again. But I think when we do get to height-related items, that we should put in a qualifier, because if you look at the way our Muni code currently measures height, it's the maximum vertical distance measured at finished grade between the lowest point on the site, and then it goes on, right? Which really impacts sites with this significant grade. So that's my thought.
Oh, yeah, Commissioner
I had
Godwin.
one small comment. When I was reviewing last meeting's notes, since I was in attendance, I know there was discussion about elevators and heights. One of the things I wanted to make clear is they manufacture hydraulic elevators with all the mechanical equipment on the first floor. So you don't have to add another 18 feet or whatever for a chain type elevator. So if you wanted to include that in height limitations, you can use the roof as the limit, because you can build an elevator up to about 60 feet that is totally functional, works like a hydraulic lift in a service station, and is totally safe.
That's good to know. And we could circle back when we get into our more holistic deliberation. But I recall while we were talking about elevators, it was to allow for the potential need for the elevator to land on the roof. So if necessary, people could access the
If
roof.
you're pushing it with a hydraulic piston from the bottom, you don't need that additional height even to arrive on the roof, is my point.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So-
Well, it would be however tall the elevator room is.
Would be
Yeah.
above the roof line.
Yeah,
yes, was
exactly, yeah.
all you would need.
So probably less than like 18 feet, like you said.
It's probably more like 8.
8, yeah.
So
Okay.
anyways. just
Well, let's, when we,
decide about height.
definitely. Okay, thank you. Anything else on site 38, or can we look at a a motion?
I do have a question. So, and I think you've asked this, Chair Berman, on a couple other things. So if we find, I know that in our last meeting, we talked about recommending that the by right be lifted except for those 3 sites, and the city attorney is researching that. So if we found out that these weren't legally required to be by right, that would, it would cover this as well? It would, how have you been phrasing it?
That I've been saying back apply.
Yeah.
So basically,
Back
if we
apply.
find that
Yes. Thank you.
we can reduce the number of by right sites down to only the 3 that were previously mentioned as required, and if site 38, I and J are not required to be by right, whatever we approve right now for sites 38, I, and J, that by right can still be removed, right?
Oh, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
We don't have to work into our motion that we want the by right removed.
Correct.
Okay. That was actually one of my questions, and I forgot to ask it. Thank you. So is everyone in agreement with the zoning, understanding that we may be changing some zoning designation language when we get to the zoning text amendments? But in general, is everyone in agreement with the R60 designation for Site 38? From a density standpoint? Okay. All right, I'm ready to, well, we could move on to Site I, and then we could take all of our motions at once. How about we do that? So let's move on to Site I. We cannot hear you, Vice Chair Hauser.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I said I personally don't have any other comments because I feel like what we just discussed really appropriately covers all 3 of the sites. So I would be ready to support a motion if the rest of the commission feels ready.
I'll go ahead and ask, does everyone feel comfortable with the densities designated for I and J also? Similar question to what I just asked for Site 38. All right, not seeing any opposition. I'm ready to take a motion for all 3 together.
Could I say one last thing?
Please.
I'm not comfortable with the densities,
Okay,
okay?
okay.
For the record, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, let's talk about it then.
Well, I kind of tried, I asked the question before, and I think the answer is going to be the same for all 3 sites, but no.
Is your thought that, I guess, can you elaborate on your concerns with the densities?
So, and it was mentioned in some of the comments in the, back in January in the FEIR, and it's been an issue in town for a really long time, and that is the traffic down on Highway 1 and how that, I'm curious how that's going to be mitigated. So we approve these densities that have doubled, and we end up with all these additional cars on the road. So do we then try and figure out what we're going to do with the traffic? I mean, I know it's a very high-level rhetorical question, and I'm sure it's not one that staff appreciates in particular, but it is something that is concerning to me. And I question.
Yeah. I think it's a very appropriate question, and I'm wondering if staff perhaps has direction or a response based on the EIR that was developed?
Yes, again, the densities were established under the housing element. And that was what, so that was analyzed within the environmental impact report. And then the mitigations were developed based on mitigating potential impacts. And so traffic was one of the things that was looked at. And so it sounds like maybe there's questions on the EIR or.
And basically, I mean, I understand your answer, and I think that was basically the same as the answer for 38. And so maybe it's more a discussion of what those mitigations are, but I really don't feel like we need to get into that right now. Thank you. But one other question about the FEIR, as I understand it, there is somewhere where it says it's programmatic, and each individual project could be required to have its own EIR as they come up. Is that correct? Or am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner Davis. Any discretionary projects would be subject to whatever the applicable environmental review is.
Okay, thank you.
And a non-discretionary project would be like a by right ministerial.
Correct, and ministerial projects are not subject to environmental review. However, I will point to in the proposed zoning ordinance on packet page
246.
246. There is language that will apply the mitigation measures from the EIR, the housing element rezoning EIR, to ministerial and by right projects.
Oh, it will,
It will, yeah.
Right.
It says by right projects shall be subject to the mitigation measures in the adopted mitigation monitoring and reporting program attached to the certified final EIR for the rezoning program as applicable to the project site and scope.
4-6.
So even our by right projects will still be subject to the mitigation measures that are applicable.
That were already defined.
Through, yeah, correct, through the EIR.
Vice Chair Hauser?
Just wanted to make sure that I'm reiterating something we've talked about a few times, which is that we can make recommendations on all of the objective design standards, like the height and the setbacks, but the densities themselves have already been approved with the housing element. So I know that it may not feel like a comfortable density, and I agree that 60 is high for Pacifica just generally, but all of that has been approved. And that's not something we can change, right? So if we said we want it to be 50, like we couldn't do that at this meeting.
So even if let's say we wanted to reduce the size of one site but increase the density of another, reduce the density of one site but increase the density of another, so they offset, we can't do that here?
No, because that hasn't been studied in the EIR, right? It's the EIR that went with the housing element, studied where those units were in town on all of the different, categories that impacts could be. So, I know Brianne and Christian have said this several times, but at this point, the sites are the sites. We can't add sites, we can't remove sites, and the densities are the densities. Other than that, there's some free reign here, but those two things are established.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember, the Valimar School is going to close on Thursday permanently, and that should have a significant impact on traffic because that intersection of Valimar and Rena Del Mar and Highway 1 is one of the big choke points on that. And without that problem of school arrivals and departures during the day, it should make a noticeable impact on the traffic as well.
Commissioner.
I believe Valimar is only the upper grades. I think that's 6, 7, 8 are being excluded from, or moved to, IVL. It's not the entire school closing down. If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure that's the case, though.
Yeah, I don't follow it that closely.
Thank you.
Knew they had shut it down. Maybe it's partial.
Okay.
So if I may, Commissioner Hauser, thank you very much. I appreciated that because, as I said, I'm trying to get up to speed. When you say the densities are the densities and the sites are the sites and we can't change them, you mean we as the Planning Commission?
Correct.
Okay.
That has already been approved, and I would ask the city attorney or the planning director to like weigh in here, but I've been pretty clear, and I know, Commissioner Davis, that you're coming in as the new commissioner, and it kind of sucks because it would have been great to have you for the last 2 years that we worked on this. But those two things are, not movable at this point.
And that was my understanding too, for, within our jurisdiction here as the Planning Commission. But when I asked the question at the last meeting about whether a site could be removed from the housing element, I understood the answer to be that was something City Council would have to do, but it was within their purview. But maybe I misunderstood.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Removing a site from the housing element would require an amendment to the housing element, which would need to be directed by City Council, and it would come back to the Planning Commission. So it would reopen the housing element and start the process again.
Thank you. That was my understanding. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for those clarifications. So any other questions, comments, or motion for these 3 sites?
I'm happy to make a motion, but I would ask that City Attorney Murphy help me direct the language of the motion, being that this is a unique circumstance.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. So the question was if the city attorney could help with the language of the motion, since they are just acting on the rezoning, so the map amendment for sites 38I and J.
So thank you. And I would recommend a motion that the Planning Commission approves the changes to the zoning map that have been proposed for sites 38I and J, as has been provided at the dais.
Okay, so moved.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Hauser and a second from Commissioner Godwin. Can we have a roll call vote?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
That motion passes with Commissioner Devine recused.
All right, thank you. Now we could ask Commissioner Devine back. Thank you. All right. So now we will open it up to deliberation on all sites and text amendments except for Site 19, which we decided on a couple weeks ago, Site 38, I, and J. So those are off the table. I will I'll go ahead and recommend, just to stay organized, since last meeting we discussed the general plan amendment text. Let's start there, because staff provided an amended text in their presentation. It didn't sound like any commissioners had questions or comments on that text earlier tonight, but just want to make sure everyone's still in line with what was presented by staff, which I think it reflects what we discussed previously. And if we could bring Vice Chair Hauser, yeah, thank you, to the screen so I could see if her hand's raised. All right, seeing no hands, no objections, it sounds like we generally agree with what staff amended.
Yes, I would say that, but I did have a question about the general plan amendment.
Yeah, so let's start with general plan amendment text. I know we covered it a little bit last time, but let's discuss it now, and then once we close out general plan text, we'll jump into the zoning amendment text.
Okay, but my question is about the general plan, but not specifically about the text that was changed.
Yeah, go ahead.
But it is about the
Sure.
general plan. And I didn't get the opportunity to ask it at the last meeting, where I would have. I was curious on the draft general plan amendments. It's at packet page 189, table 4-2. Just if I could get a little bit of a high-level explanation of what that table is telling me. I think I know, but I'd like a little clarification.
Did you say packet page, sorry?
189.
So, Commissioner Davis, page 189, table 4.2 is the residential build-out under the general plan. This table outlines the permitted density ranges, projected density, all-in units per acre, and then what the projected new housing unit build-out is. And the build-out's calculated on the base land use density, although it may be further limited through the zoning districts and the actual development proposal.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, in a general sense, this table shows the net new residential potential goes from 990 to 3,165 based on these zoning amendments that we're making, if it was hypothetically max density? Is that?
That's correct. So the housing
Great.
element itself establishes the need to plan for 2,042 units when you take into consideration the RENA and the required buffer. And so that is reflected in this table. So this is based on the approved and adopted housing element.
Okay, but we end up with 3,165. And our target, I think you said, was 2,042?
Right, so this is including current capacity as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was helpful.
Any other discussion topics on the general plan? Oh, Vice Chair Hauser. Oh, we can't hear you again.
What about now?
Yep.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding entirely what we're talking about. So I did see that there were some of the changes we discussed in the general plan amendment. So for example, the MUI changes that we had discussed primarily were the things that I saw in there, which is what staff presented. But there were other things that we discussed that were not in there yet. Like, for example, specifying the range of commercial FAR required with the minimum. And so I want to make sure that we're not approving the general plan amendment as shown in the staff report tonight, because it's not comprehensive of the changes we discussed.
Correct. And actually, this might be a good time to bring up, I think it would be beneficial for the commission to be able to review a red line update of the general plan amendments that we discussed, so the direction that we gave in the first part of this meeting, and then what we discussed tonight, and then also the direction that we'll likely give for the zoning text amendments. I know that there's a very tight timeline that we're trying to work within, but I think this is such an important topic that, and it's so challenging to make future amendments to the general plan in zoning text, that it's really important for us to get it right the first time, and for the commission to feel fully confident on what's being recommended to council.
Thank you, Chair Berman. We could bring back a red line version, and the Planning Commission would need to continue the hearing in order to consider a new document.
Okay. Well, let's put a pin in that and discuss it after we go through the rest of our deliberation. And we'll discuss it in next steps, which will come later tonight. So, understanding that the commission still stands behind what we discussed in the first part of this meeting a couple weeks ago, are there any additions that we want to discuss for the general plan, or can we move on to the zoning text amendments?
I did want to just confirm for Vice Chair Hauser that as we've pulled back up on the slide, that we did receive this direction to include the minimum density. And so that is a change that we'll be making.
Thank you.
Okay. And then, well, I guess before we jump into the zoning text amendments, because I think that will take us a little while, are there any further discussion on the ODSs? So like the test fits, the recommendations. I know we talked about the parking changes, which made it into the presentation tonight. But, and Vice Chair Hauser, I'll ask you, would you like to review discussion on height, or how we measure height, I should say, now before we get into the zoning text amendment, or would you like to review it in stride with the zoning text amendment?
I think, unless staff disagrees, I think amending it with the zoning text amendment makes sense, because our height is defined in the zoning code and not the general plan. So I feel like for me, that's more consistent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see any objections, so let's plan to do that. Then let's jump into the zoning text amendments.
I'm sorry, Chair Berman, did you want to look at the general plan amendments to the MU and the MUI first?
The text that you had on the screen?
Yes, we're pulling it back up here.
Yeah.
This is the so this one is in the general plan.
Right. Did anyone have any questions or further comments on what's presented on the screen?
Can you bring Sam back up?
I think this is, in my opinion, this is much clearer. Okay. And then this I know we'll talk about next steps later, but assuming that we will look at a redlined version of all of our comments and direction, this will be incorporated in that redline version, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And so if we could get we need to just know that we have the majority of planning commission agrees and direct staff to make that change. That would be really helpful.
Definitely, yes, similar to last time, sorry. So for this mixed use and mixed use institutional definition change, that will reflect in the general plan, and we'll likely review a red line version, but do we have consensus with the commission? Seeing head nods, yeah. I think we have a majority.
Thank you. And if we could just look at the next slide too, which then specifically looks at the actual MUI XX designations themselves. And so this is where the density ranges would be. And so we proposed some new language there as well, which you can see underlined in blue.
This makes sense to me. Any questions or comments on it?
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, during the presentation, I thought these were, suggested examples of how we could do this, and I appreciate that. But I do still have the question around cultural facilities and/or like bed and breakfast, incorporating some component of commercial in that they would have the ability to make sales. And I'm thinking specifically of Site 23. And the activity that takes place there now, and we're suggesting that we're going to change it to MUI, and I would hate to have that activity impeded because we did that.
Yeah, and I know we received an email comment on that, if staff doesn't mind answering.
I think that, so we did add a note here for potentially considering how to allow for some commercial uses as part of your, if you wanted to consider that. One way to do that may be to look more specifically at the zoning, because that will, what I hear from Commissioner Davis are maybe some more specifics than we might get that we would get in the general plan, which is much broader. And so perhaps we could come back to this particular portion of the general plan after having the discussion on the permitted and conditional uses within the MUI.
Yeah, because I think there will be further discussion on what's permitted in MUI once we go through each of the MUI zoning districts. And then especially if we get to review a red line version of both the general plan and the zoning text amendments, then that could also serve as a back check that we're consistent between both. Okay. Thank you. I think for now, this MUI density designation is, I think, do we have a general consensus, understanding that we could revisit it? Yep, see a thumbs up from Vice Chair Hauser. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other slides that the team would like us to advise on?
I think once you get to discussions on the MUI zoning, we've prepared the slides that have the permitted and the conditional uses to use as a reference for your discussion.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, let's jump into the zoning text amendments. Happy to take any general questions or comments. Otherwise, I'm inclined to just go article, or I guess, section by section. Section by section? Okay. So starting with section 9-4.5401, it's the purpose and applicability.
What packet page number are you on, Chairman?
Let's see, so I have it printed from last week, and it was packet page 85 from last week.
What article, what's the section number, and I can find the reference from there?
Article 54, section 9-4.5401.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Article 54,
54.
yeah.
Did you want to discuss any of the general provisions, such as like Article 25, the height? Did you want to talk about that before
Sure.
moving into the zoning districts?
Yes, let's go ahead, and I see Vice Chair nodding her head. So let's
I
go
just
ahead.
don't want it to get lost.
No, definitely, and the reason why I jumped there is because that's what I have printed, because that's where the majority of my comments land. But yes, let's start with whatever the first article is, and it sounds like Article 25.
Well, it's Article 2 in the definitions. I think we talked a little, well, maybe we didn't talk a little bit about it last time. But Article 2, definitions, starting with some revisions to family just to comply with state law. So I don't, maybe if there are questions or any discussion on any of the definitions.
Yeah, let's start, and I know we discussed briefly in our questions, but let's start there. Does staff happen to have the proposed amendment to share on the screen? If not, that's fine. And then we could
Yeah,
start.
I think we could pull up we can try to pull up the packet, but it is on packet page 195 in the current.
Okay, so Article 2, definitions.
And I can share those while Deputy Director Harkusha is pulling that packet up. So there were some changes to the definition of family to comply with state law. To just say that nothing in the definition of family should be construed to require persons with disabilities be subject to potential special regulations, such as the number of persons, population types, licenses, or higher discretionary standards that would not apply to other residential uses in the same zoning district. So it's making our definition consistent with state law.
Any questions or comments on that? Vice Chair Hauser.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I don't think there's much that's very controversial until you get to Article 25 height limits. So I'm just going to put it out there.
Was your suggestion to start with Article 25?
Unless other people have comments on stuff before that, but that's my suggestion. And I do have a comment on 25, which is height limits. And I feel like there are several things that are floating out there from last time. So.
I don't have any comments on any of the articles prior to 25, but I know in our last meeting, I asked for clarification on 2-family dwelling units and confirming that for single-family residences that have an ADU, that those 2 units still get counted as a single-family resident, and then the ADU, so that's 2 units, but that property is not then subject to the higher density zoning requirements.
That's correct, Chair Berman. The presence of an ADU doesn't affect the status of the primary dwelling unit. So like, for example, parking standards would still apply. Like the ADU parking standards would still apply. The single-family parking standards would still apply.
Right, so the
That's correct.
ADU zoning requirements would still apply.
That is correct.
But it still gets counted as 2 units if you have 1 single-family home and 1
Right,
ADU.
right. ADUs do count as units, like for reporting purposes and meeting
Right.
our RENA.
Okay. And same goes for junior ADUs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Then, shall we jump to Article 25? All right, let's do it. Vice Chair Hauser, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I just wanted to pick up kind of where we left off, that the vice chair, or sorry, that Commissioner Ferguson was kind of commenting on. One was the 18 feet for elevator penthouses, and is 18 feet really the right dimension? And then the other one is in this section D, where it says parapet walls may project up to 5 feet above the height limit for the district in which they are located. I just wanted to make sure that we are then backing the 5 feet out of the 2 zoning districts where parapet walls weren't, were being counted in the overall height limit. So I think those will trickle back into the individual zones from the overall height. But E is the one that I think needs some discussion.
I guess staff, can you confirm that Vice Chair Hauser's understanding about the parapet is true?
My recollection is that staff had recommended some additional height for a couple of the zoning districts. For the MU, for which ones were they? They were the MUI.
And that's because it includes the parapet, the 5-foot parapet addition?
The additional height was recommended primarily due to having commercial requirements on the ground floor with the additional floor plate, the additional 15 feet, for the first floor. And so that was why we had recommended the additional 5 feet. I don't recall that being directly related to the parapets. I recall it being about the ground floor height.
So Vice Chair, does that address your question about the parapet? Oh, we can't hear you again.
Okay, the director is correct in that since the commercial requirement for a 15-foot floor plate has gone away in the MUI, that it doesn't make sense to have that 5-foot increase. What I was referencing was the statement by Van Meter that in their test fits, they were studying the parapet inclusive in the overall height and not as a projection. So I just want to make sure that wherever we end up in height is what the Planning Commission recommended in our last study session.
Oh, I see. Yes. Which I think is what got us to the 5-foot parapet, generally speaking, is my recollection. Karen Murray, Can you speak to that? So the additional height that we had found in the test fits was related to the 15-foot floor-to-floor? Correct. Do you have a microphone? Sorry.
Right. Is that,
You got it.
okay, let's try.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, so when we were looking at those mixed-use buildings, that 15-foot was, or that additional 5 feet was to allow for that.
Okay. And so then and then we included the 5-foot parapet, just generally speaking, to
Right,
just to overall, so that we could measure height to the top of the roof of buildings, and then
Right.
still have that allowance.
right.
So the 5-foot parapet would be added on top of the 55-foot height limit?
Correct.
Okay. Vice Chair,
Pinning this? Yeah, I'm more putting a pin in this, Lauren, so that when we get to I'm flagging it so when we get to individual districts, I want to be clear on why I think we should back 5 feet out of a couple of them. Definitely not most of them. I think most of them are perfect as proposed. But I want to flag that. And then I think the big one is the commission as a whole okay with this 18-foot height limit for elevator and mechanical penthouses?
yeah, and I know Commissioner Godwin mentioned that there is a feasible way to develop a elevator shaft that does reach the roof in under 18 feet. I don't know if Van Meter is familiar with such design. I know it's more mechanical, but
Right, not, well, I can just say that what we usually use is a traction elevator for buildings over 4 stories tall. The tractions are faster, there's a lot of benefits to that, and typically that's what our clients use, so that's what we used in that illustration that we used. But yes, I understand that hydraulics also exists. The other thing I just wanted to make sure is that we recognize that that particular case is only when you have a usable roof space, something like that, where you need to have that access up to the roof, right? If you don't, then you don't need that extra height at all.
Chair.
I would love to recommend 12 feet if possible.
If I may, in the language of this with the 18 feet, I'm just reading this, are located except that energy, quote, except that energy efficient elevators may exceed this height without limit, provided all the following standards are met. So it's kind of like they used a generic example for an 18-foot height, but like I said, there's options to do that. So I don't know if that should be removed or rewritten to, explain that or, add clarification to that. 18, I remember Commissioner Ferguson was like 18 feet makes a 60-foot building 78 feet tall. So.
yeah, and I don't know from a development standpoint, because we want to make sure that we don't create excessive burden for developers. But of course, if we could reduce the 18-foot height limit, I think that would be preferred probably by all commissioners, I'm guessing. I guess, so Vice Chair Hauser put out a 12-foot height recommendation. Are there any potential design issues that we're aware of that might make that overly restrictive?
Well, I mean, in terms of the architectural design, there were, I don't have my diagram here, I'm sorry. In terms of the architectural and structural design, if the cab is 8 feet tall, there's a structure around that, and then you still have an override for safety that you need, even if you don't have a high hoist beam there above. So I feel like I need an elevator person here with me, but if you made it 12, you would preclude a traction elevator, which is what we typically use. So that's.
And it sounds like there needs to be some space for an emergency mechanism as well.
Right, there's a safety element, like a safety zone at the top. So, I mean, it's possible to get an elevator within the 12 feet, but it would be the specific type of elevator.
Yeah, and I'm just not familiar with elevator design nearly at all.
I don't know how to provide more detail to that besides just our typical, elevator use. There are examples we could.
I can add a little bit to this. Elevator cars come in different heights. The shortest ones are about 7 feet. They're up to 9 feet. If you use them on a hydraulic elevator, the safety mechanisms are underneath on the bottom floor. And so you need a space of about 9 feet if you want to deliver a hydraulic elevator car to the roof.
But then you do need the structure of the actual roof on top of that.
Yeah, the enclosure.
Yeah, you would have a little bit more for the enclosure. But, certainly somewhere around 10 feet is plenty if you want to limit yourself to that technology. And hydraulic elevators, by the fact that they running off a piston, and the piston, if it would have a problem, would just slowly sink to the bottom floor, are about the safest way to design an elevator.
Well, then, given that, it sounds like 12 feet may be reasonable. So let's look at the text here, because except that energy-efficient elevators may exceed this height without limit, provided all of the following standards are met. This is what Commissioner Redfield was touching on as well. I guess if we changed this to 12 feet, if we left the energy efficient elevator language in here, there is a means for a taller elevator. So there's a route to get there from a development and engineering standpoint. So, I mean, I think revising to 12 feet is reasonable. What do other commissioners think? Yeah?
Shorter is better.
Yep. So it seems like we have consensus on that. So if we could amend that to 12 feet instead of 18.
So I guess I'm kind of curious. I agree with the 12 feet, but when we leave in the exception for an energy efficient elevator, basically you can exceed the height without limit. So it almost seems as though the change is pointless. I mean, do we really want to leave that language in?
Well, I guess to my point was, because my concern is that if we reduce it to 12 feet, that it's potentially impossible for a developer to install an elevator at 12 feet, a safe elevator. Sounds like that's not the case, but I'm not an elevator expert.
I have a working familiarity with the hydraulic concept, and I agree. I don't think it.
I mean, the primary limit on hydraulic elevators is that they don't go faster than 150 feet a minute. So they're somewhat slower than a chain-driven, more conventional elevator. And if you're trying to put it in a 30-story building or something, the speed difference is noticeable. But the type of heights we're talking about, it's not going to make a lot of difference.
Okay.
And there is Blythe Elevator in town if you want a consultation.
If, I guess if staff doesn't have any concerns with us removing the second statement of that sentence, then we may want to remove that.
So I'm curious with all these zoning changes, and I'm absolutely aware I should know with this, what is the maximum height of a building? 4 stories, 5 stories in Pacifica?
Existing?
Yeah. No, based on the changes we're making also.
Oh, yeah, well, it would be, I think we're going to have further discussion on the height limits,
Okay.
but whatever the tallest height, potentially 55 plus the elevator shaft, if an elevator has to land on a usable roof. Yeah.
And if I may too, the, penthouses aren't typically considered like in the overall building height, just like in terms of measurement, like they're typically projections above the height limit. So they're not adding full stories to a building. They may be allowing access to like rooftop amenities, but they're not adding, it's not adding like an additional story to a building, just to clarify.
Right, thank you. Yeah, I think we understand. I think to Commissioner Davis's point, if we're just considering a building height as in the scale, we would be looking at it to the top of whatever mechanisms at the top of the roof.
Can I ask a clarifying question? All of those development standard meetings that we went through, the height limits were per site. Are we talking about a swath height limit throughout town now?
And staff may want to answer, but we're talking about height limits based on the zone. So whatever the zoning district is, has a height limit.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, just one quick question that just popped into my head. As far as items on a roof, we're talking about chillers, cooling towers, HVAC, things of that nature. What, from an architectural standpoint, it's also engineering, but what are the average heights of that? Any idea or?
Yeah, I mean, what we have, written in, are things like heating, air conditioning equipment, about to go project about 4 feet.
Also, yeah, in my experience, you have, water also for fire suppression and whatnot. So those, I don't know what the heights are on those.
Those could be taller, right? Those might be larger than 4 feet, and so.
And those clearly would be behind a parapet wall,
Correct.
From street view or whatever the design of the particular site is. So, thank you.
Right.
Shielded.
And that is included to those sort of like the equipment and the mechanical type penthouses would also be covered in E, section E that we were looking at with the elevators. And so based on, I think, the direction from the Planning Commission, that would also come down then to 12 feet.
Thank you.
And still be required, and also to add and still be required to set back 10 feet from roof edges, not be more than 15% of the roof area.
I mean, unless others oppose, I'm inclined to say that an elevator shaft that protrudes, that allows the elevator to reach a usable roof, I think in any case, that should be stepped back 10 feet from the roof edge. I don't know if there's a way to revise the language where that's implied, because right now, with the way it's listed, it's implied only if you want to go above whatever we set as the minimum height limit.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So you mean if, say, a height limit were 40 feet, and the elevator shaft was going up to 38 or 39 or 40 feet, so if it was within the permitted height of the district, you're also asking to set that back? Or
Only,
just if it's projecting?
only if it's
above?
projecting up to, I guess we're calling it a penthouse.
Yeah, and that is how it's currently written, that penthouses are shafts. In order to go above the height limit of the zoning district, they need to meet all three of those standards, so that can exceed 15% of the average floor area of all the stories, and has to be set back 10 feet from any roof edge.
Oh, because the way that I'm reading this is, okay, I'll just go ahead and read it. Elevator penthouses or shafts, well, I guess so, okay. Elevator penthouses or shafts, stair enclosures, and equipment or mechanical penthouses may project up to 18 feet above height limits for the district in which they are located, except that energy-efficient elevators may exceed this height limit without limit, provided all the following standards are met. So I was reading it as items 1, 2, and 3 are only required if you have an elevator shaft that wants to go beyond 18 feet tall.
Oh.
But, so maybe, and I don't know, maybe I'm unique in interpreting it that way, but I think it would be beneficial to make 1, 2, and 3 requirements, or at least 2, a requirement for any elevator shaft or staircase enclosure that does reach the roof.
I think we could rewrite that to break it maybe into multiple sentences that says something like, you know, any feature under this provision must meet the following 3. So we can certainly clarify that, and the intent is for those to apply to anything going over the height limit.
Yes. Yes. Does the commission agree with that? Okay. Seeing head nods and, I lost there she is. Okay, thumb up. Okay, yes, if you could incorporate that clarification in the grammar language. So then circling back to 12 feet, revising from 18 to 12. Sounds like I'm seeing head nods, so I think the commission would like to direct that we revise that to 12.
Okay, change from 18 to 12 feet?
From 12, yeah. I mean, from 18 to 12.
Yes.
Then the statement that, except that energy efficient elevators may exceed this height without limit.
Could that say up to 18 feet?
Up to 18?
So there's no, I mean, I don't think there's a case that an elevator, in any case, would be more than that. So
the recommendation would be to change energy efficient elevators may project up to 18 feet.
You know, if I could clarify just a second. Yeah, I mean, on energy efficient elevators have an energy storage.
Can you speak into the mic?
Sure. Energy efficient elevators have an energy storage device on top of them. I mean, if you think about it, just a big gyroscope or something, so when the elevator falls, some of the energy is retained. And there would need to be room if you wanted such an elevator to build that device on top of the elevator shaft. And I don't know what the contractor or the designer would propose. But, I think that's what that's referring, whatever the person specifies, it may be different heights, and they want to allow them to use their preferred device to store energy from the falling elevator.
But we don't know the size of that typically used device.
Right, I don't
Yeah.
have any background in it, and I don't know what the sizes of the commercially available devices are, or any of that stuff.
Well, and anyone else can chime in too. Here's a hypothetical. What if we just eliminated the exception entirely? So strike, except that energy efficient elevators may exceed this height without limit. Let's say there is a development that wants to use an energy efficient elevator and they cannot build it within the 12-foot height limit. What would be their path forward? Use a waiver? What would be that path forward? A waiver?
It would be a waiver.
I'm not a developer, but as a commissioner in my city, that sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I think that would give an option to the developer to be able to, work within the numbers, but, if they had to exceed that for design purposes or whatever, then a waiver could apply to that to reduce costs or work the design better of the building. So I think that's excellent.
Okay. Yeah, and ultimately, I acknowledge we circled back to your original comment. Can we just get rid of it? Vice Chair Hauser.
So I totally agree with where everyone just went with that. And to elaborate on what you were saying, Chair Berman, earlier, I think it would be really helpful to have an additional bullet point in here that says that to the extent feasible, mechanical equipment shall be screened, like behind parapets. So I think we need to specify that. And then I think now might be the time to discuss measuring height.
Okay. So to summarize, just for staff's benefit, the commission wants to recommend revising 18 feet to 12 feet. We want to strike the exception and just ensure that the grammar of this item E implies that 1, 2, and 3 sub-bullets apply to any projections above the roof. And then adding a bullet point, or I guess item 4, per Vice Chair Hauser,
And that was,
the screening.
and does that belong
Or perhaps with,
here, or is that like a new section F that? Sorry, maybe if I could just get some clarification.
Vice Chair
on
Hauser,
what
were
is
you
being
thinking
screened.
specific to elevator penthouses, in which case it would reside in E? Or are you thinking more generally?
I actually was thinking that it may make more sense for it to be in C, related to rooftop mechanical equipment.
That makes sense because anything in E, the mechanical would already be in some kind of screened enclosure.
So can I ask one question? There's already the 10-foot setback from the roof edge, though, right? Would something,
For elevator shafts or stair enclosures. But not, what I was thinking is that wouldn't apply to just HVAC equipment, which is understood to be shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have, and that those such items have their own setback. Okay. So then let's jump into the height discussion. Vice Chair Hauser, did you want to lead us off?
Sure. Staff, can you kind of humor us and just explain how the height is currently calculated? And I think it's 9-4.243 in the existing municipal code.
I'm so sorry to jump in, but I just checked the time and we're right at 10. Vice Chair Hauser, we're planning to do a break at 10. Do you mind if we pause and then start the height discussion?
Please.
After, okay. So shall we do a 20-minute recess?
I think we could do 10 to 15 and
Okay,
come back.
let's do 15. I know last time we did 20, so this will be shorter. So let's do 15. We'll reconvene at 10:15. Thank you. Let's jump in to, oh, great, to height. Vice Chair Hauser, sorry to interrupt you before. Would you like to start us off?
Sure. So in our existing municipal code, which is 9-4.243, it says that height of buildings shall mean the maximum vertical distance measured at the finished grade between the lowest point on the site covered by any portion of a building to the topmost point of the roof. And that's a really restrictive way to measure height, because if you have a very kind of deep site where the grade is kind of going up and up and up, it means that the 55-foot height limit that we're prescribing would start at the lowest grade and go all the way to the top grade, and it would go to the top of the roof. Most jurisdictions don't measure height like that. So I know that there may need to be more analysis, but I would say that South San Francisco does a pretty good job of defining height. They measure, and I figured out, I figured I would open it during our break. But for flat and parapet roofs, they have building heights being measured from the average level of the highest and lowest point of a portion of a lot covered by a building. So I feel like each building would be measured independently of other buildings within the site. And then for sloped, hipped, gable, or gambrel roofs, they have the height of buildings being measured to a point that is half the distance between where the eave meets the plate and the highest point of the ridge, which is consistent with the way a lot of cities measure height on more traditional roof styles. So I think, especially where we have all of these grade changes, I would propose doing something similar to that as maybe a stopgap measure until we can, do more analysis on this. Because I think otherwise we're going to really restrain ourselves.
And clarification question, Vice Chair Hauser and perhaps staff would want to add in as well. You're proposing, let's take, for example, the average grade, similar to what you said first. If we took height from the average grade of where a building footprint is, so we would propose that for the housing element sites. Or, and this is kind of a question for staff, or would that proposal apply to these zoning districts, and then any future, even outside of the housing element, any future development would be subject to that height measurement interpretation? I'm guessing the latter.
Personally, I was suggesting we do this in the height limit, or I'm sorry, in the height section that we were analyzing, which is in Article 25, which I feel like extrapolates it to how we measure height in the city. I did not contemplate doing it individually in each zoning district, but I would defer to staff and the rest of the commission on that.
And I only ask because the one concern I have is, and granted, this is mainly R1 residential, but in areas like throughout, I guess, Manor, where there's a lot of single-family homes on steeply sloped sites, where if we measured the house height based on the average elevation of the grade where the building footprint is, those homes would be scaled way up from the sidewalk. They would be much taller, and I think that would be concerning. Because I know with individual applications that have come before us, there have been concerns in like the Manor area on height limitations for buildings, especially when they're on a slope where the low end of the slope is adjacent to the street and the house steps up the slope. So that would allow the house to be even taller.
Chair Berman, are you suggesting that maybe we add a qualification that says something along the lines of like for multifamily structures or mixed use structures that allow multifamily uses, the height would be defined as ABC?
That's what, either that or only specific to housing element sites. Mainly just because I have concern with this height measurement change applying throughout the city when there's areas where I don't think the scale of homes should increase.
I don't disagree with you. I think it's fair. I think we do need to figure out how to apply this better to housing element sites. And I totally agree with your point.
So I don't know if there's any thoughts from staff. Either applying this only to housing element sites, or if we feel we could apply it to only the higher density residential zoning districts. So that would probably be, our, I don't know, 40 plus, and then the MUs and the MUIs. I just don't think it should apply to most of the R1.
Thank you, Chair Berman. Like I shared earlier, staff hasn't analyzed the impacts of different height measurement techniques throughout the city. So it may be, there may be unintended consequences with changing how we measure height. In terms of, we could add a separate height measurement for the housing element sites, or for these sites that are being rezoned. And I mean, there's, I think, a few places where you could do that, whether it's in that definition of building height, or possibly moving the definition into that height measurement section or height limit section, and then differentiating. I think that's possible. But again, I think there could be unintended consequences, moving it citywide. And I've heard other comments, outside of this meeting, like, well, can we change it from existing, or from finished grade to existing, right? These are all things that we don't really know what the repercussions would be. But height, our current height measurement, is a potential constraint. And so, when looking at our test fits on sloped sites, that was something that we identified as really needing further study or further analysis, because it can have an impact, and it would potentially require the reliance on waivers.
Can I ask
Yep.
one thing? I thought one of the goals of the height thing was to have roughly
Can you speak in the microphone?
Sure. Roughly the roof heights of several houses on a street or in a neighborhood to be about the same altitude. Mm-hmm. And, if we do it on an individual lot basis, it seems like, depending on the slope of the lot and where the house is sited on the lot, the houses could be quite different in height. Mm-hmm. And to me, that would be a problem. So I don't know how to fix it, but that's something I wanted to throw into the discussion.
Yeah, and I think what we're toying with right now is, where do we state the clarification on measuring height? Or, because we want to make sure that our housing element sites are developable for the densities that they have, even the ones on slopes. But then we also want to be mindful for throughout the city, where applying the new height measurement would potentially increase building heights out of scale with that neighborhood. Yeah.
So you lose conformity.
Yeah, right. Vice Chair Hauser, another clarification question. So you brought up this thought, and I agree with you, on housing element sites that have a slope to the site. So some of the sites that we discussed earlier. Was your concern primarily that it's developable? Effectively, the height constraint on a sloped site will allow enough square footage for the density?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if there's this great image in our existing municipal code of how we measure height. And to your point, Chair Berman, I think the way we're measuring height for single family homes makes sense currently. But there's this image of what happens when buildings are next to each other. And a lot of the densities that we're supposing in this housing element will yield things like townhouses. And let's just take a average, I'm gonna call it 3-story townhouse at like 30 dwelling units an acre, right? I feel like that is somewhere in the like 35 to 40 foot height. As you have these these sites that telescope up, as they go back, from a depth standpoint, like by Pavilion of Flowers, for example, all of a sudden, your first building may be able to be 40 feet, and then your next building may be able to be 35 feet, and then the next building over might be 20 feet, the way you measure height, and it's prohibitive to a developer to have to go down to like completely change product type on some of these smaller sites. So I feel like we have to allow for modular design, right? Like if you're going to allow someone to develop attached single family homes or townhomes, they have to be able to be uniform across the site. Or if you're doing an apartment building, I don't know, Van Meter might have a thought on this. This is more in the architectural realm.
Yep, so you're right that in the current way height is measured, if you are going up a hill, as you go back, your building height gets progressively shorter, right? So thinking about how to measure, I mean, there was one thought about measuring at adjacent grade. There are some, I'd have to think, I'd have to draw these out for the examples. You mentioned South San Francisco, we could look at that. San Francisco has a lot, obviously hills, and they measure it, so your first 100 feet of building is one height, and then when you get beyond that, then you can step up and step up if you're going up a hill. So there are a lot of ways to look at it. But, right, as it is now, it is limiting as you get to the back of the building. You're losing, even if it was a 4-story building, you wind up losing levels as you go back.
And this is something that we have flagged in our more comprehensive zoning modernization. That's also one of the required programs in the housing element. And, as, I think as Chair Hauser is saying, it really is a potential constraint here that would require a developer to rely on a waiver potentially to reach the density.
So then I guess, is there a means to allow for this change in height measurement definition only for housing element sites? And then we could still keep, it sounds like it's in staff's, it's on staff's notes to modernize the zoning text in general. So we could still plan to do that, but in the meantime, just for the benefit of these housing element sites, perhaps we define how the height is measured.
You can certainly add that.
Okay. So if we, anyone feel free to object or bring it in a new idea, but just to keep the conversation going. So if we wanted to apply it only for housing element sites, where would we do that? I guess are we allowed to amend the housing element text?
Not the housing element text. It would have to be in the zoning ordinance.
And is Article 25 specific to the housing element? Or it's general, isn't it? It's over
That is correct,
throughout
Chairwoman.
the city.
Yeah, Article 25 applies citywide. And typically, at this point in time, in its current iteration, includes sort of those exceptions.
So we would need to make this only apply to housing element sites. We would need to explicitly state, for housing element sites, height shall be measured.
Right. And I think one way to potentially do that is to, and you could do this in the definition, or like I said, within Article 25 itself. I think you just have to add an appropriate section. The new zoning designations only apply right now to housing element sites, so that's another way to do it, to say, in these particular zoning districts, multifamily, height of multifamily buildings is measured using X, or, whatever the method is. And I think that from a implementation standpoint is more clear when you're using the zoning districts versus like referring back to another document. So I think from an implementation standpoint, that would be my suggestion to consider.
To apply it in the zoning district?
In the zoning districts.
Okay.
Is there any merit to discussing how aggressively you can excavate a site and flatten and build a building site out of it, put in retaining walls, or
I'm guessing that's getting into our Hillside Preservation District development requirements.
Yeah, when you're discussing height, I mean, the other way, other than dealing with the height, is changing the land contours.
Yeah, and I think that's a whole separate discussion.
Okay.
I know our Hillside Preservation District, that's been a topic, and that probably relates to that municipal code language. Okay, well, so it sounds like staff's recommendation, if we wanted to address how we define height for buildings, is to address it in the zoning districts.
Or I would say using the zoning districts to, I don't think you have to add it to each individual zoning district. I think you could have a section that says in these zoning districts.
Oh, in Article 25.
Right.
We would say in MU 40, and okay.
Correct, yeah.
I'm just trying to think through, so if, let's say there is a current R1 property that wants to rezone in the future to MU 40, and then they want to tap into this new height measurement in a neighborhood like Manor, that would still have to come through Planning Commission, right?
Correct, any rezoning.
And rezoning, in which case we would review the height, and at that time, we could condition that the project, to remain in scale with the neighborhood, the project has a shorter height.
Yeah, there's potential.
Okay.
Chair, if I
Yep.
may, would a different requirement in those zoning, would that change the legal aspect of the Muni code? Because we have obviously a building height Muni code. So does that change a precedent at all? Because you're altering heights for specific other, it's not uniform, it's not standard, is what I'm trying to say. Would that need to be amended in the Muni code then to provide for, say, a 4-story building or buildings of X floors would, have a legal limit on their height?
Right. It would, Commissioner Redfield, it would be changing in the municipal code within the zoning ordinance, so it would establish a different measurement that's not used elsewhere in the city.
Okay, thank you.
And would you be able to bring Vice Chair Hauser back on the screen just so I could see if her hand's raised? Oh, it is. Go ahead, Vice Chair Hauser.
You know me so well. So I really like Samantha's idea of doing this doing this here for each of the zoning districts. I think it's a really good idea. And then I also just wanted, as we were talking about this, it rang a bell that we have complained so many times about like 20-foot high retaining walls. And when I was looking up South San Francisco's measurements for height, it's the same section as where both of those things are delineated. So it may be also an opportunity to say that in these, housing element districts, or even just generally, that any retaining walls should have a height limit and be terraced back so that we're not left looking at giant retaining. Just putting it out there.
Yep. I fully agree. I know that's come up multiple times for multiple separate projects. Well then, for the purpose of just proposing an idea, how about we ask staff to develop language for Article 25 that defines how we measure height, and we'll have to talk about that more specifically in a second. Which zoning districts do we want this to apply to, is my question for the commission.
All of the new ones that we're establishing.
Okay, so R30 plus, and then MU30 plus, and MUI 30 plus.
Could I ask a clarification? Are you directing staff to develop a new height measurement for these zoning districts?
I think we're going to talk about it right now, but the idea is, I guess, yes, we as a commission talk about how we want to measure heights, and then based on what we decide, that's applied to those zoning districts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Vice Chair Hauser, you brought up a couple of ideas on how we could measure building height. The one that resonated with me was the average height that the building footprint occupies, and that would be per individual building footprint, right?
Oh, totally. That's exactly what I think would work here.
Do you mind, I think there was one other option. Do you mind presenting that again or talking about it again?
Yeah, it was actually two flavors of the same thing. So so what I was proposing was to measure the grade as you just described, But there's a difference between flat roofs and traditional roof styles, like a gabled roof or a hipped roof. So for a flat roof with like a parapet, for example, the building height is measured to the top of the roof. In this case, because we have a 5-foot parapet exception, that would not include the parapet. But for a sloped roof, the height would be measured between
At
where the eaves, yeah, meets the plate, and the midpoint between that and the highest point of the ridge.
That sounds fine to me, because I know that there's limitations on the slopes of roofs, so it's not like that will get exponentially high.
Right.
Oh, no. Any other input? Yeah.
Definitely seems to be a workable solution. You know, in the interim, is that it may, then, you know, everything changes down the road, so it's possible, but for now, I think that's a good start.
Does staff need more clarification or us to reiterate it?
Yes, staff does need more clarification. I'm not clear what grade what. Is it finished grade? Is it existing grade? What's the high? What's the low? How do you measure an average? I think that introducing a new height measurement requires quite a bit of detail.
Well, let's start with just clarifying kind of what Vice Chair Hauser and I were talking about. So right now, our height limit is measured from the low end of a building that lands on a slope. So what we are talking about is, and in the diagram on the screen, if you took the elevation of the low end and then the elevation of the high end of the slope, high end of the slope, yep, you took those two elevations and you averaged it, so land right in the middle, put your finger right in the middle, yeah. So that point where the cursor is would be where height is measured from.
And so is that existing grade or finished grade?
My thought is finished grade. And I see Vice Chair Hauser's head nodding.
And that would be measured from the lowest point of a building? Or is it a corner? Is it?
It's, so for the entire footprint of the building, the lowest adjacent grade is the low number. The highest adjacent grade, and when I say adjacent, I'm thinking of where the grade meets the building foundation. The highest adjacent grade would be the high number, and then we just mathematically take the average of those two numbers, and that would be the base elevation of the building height. So it's hard to, it depends on which way the site's sloping to know if it's like the front of the building, back. But if we just establish it based off of lowest adjacent, the average between lowest adjacent grade and highest adjacent grade, then that'll give us the midpoint elevation, and then the height, building height would be measured up from there.
Does that include cantilevered portion of the building, including decks, bay windows, projecting floor plates?
My thought was that it's the building like at the facade. So it wouldn't include decks. I see Vice Chair's head nodding.
Not decks, but cantilevered portions of the building, like whether posted or unposted?
It would, in my thought, it would not include that because that wouldn't be touching the grade. Like a cantilevered patio would be above.
I'm thinking of like enclosed building. So if you have a projecting wall, whether it's posted or not, but like enclosed space, is that included?
Sorry, I'm not following. Are you following, Vice Chair Hauser?
Because we're talking about the overall building height, and so you might have a second story or a third floor that projects out beyond
Like
the story
a
below.
balcony.
I'm talking about enclosed space. So I think I heard that like a balcony, a deck, those kinds of projections, but actual enclosed living space that cantilevers above the floor.
I guess I'm sorry, I'm still not following, because I'm just picturing the outer facade, so like excluding a courtyard.
So you're talking about a second-story space that juts out above the first?
So like
Imagine,
a balcony.
Imagine a lanai that's enclosed.
I don't know what an lanai is.
So, I mean, it's like garage, second story juts out.
Yeah,
Cantilevers over,
yeah.
Right? There's nothing below it.
So that would, in my mind, that would be excluded because it doesn't touch the grade. Yeah, it's not a part. Yeah.
Even if it's posted, it's not part of the foundation, so. Right.
It would be this if this were enclosed.
Right. It's not included. Thanks.
And for a second there, I was like,
So, but you would measure it here, it would be low, right? And that could be higher. It's hard from here. So, okay, so it would only be portions of the building that meet the ground.
That meet the ground, yeah.
It would be the pad, right, Lauren? That's
Yeah,
the right way to-
the building pad, or I don't know if it's a downturn edge foundation, but I guess and this is a FEMA terminology, lowest adjacent grade is where a building meets the ground. Like the elevation of lowest adjacent grade is where building touches the ground, like foundation.
Okay.
So not, yeah, okay. So if there's a balcony, a cantilevered second story that has a post that touches the ground, that does not count in my mind. I guess the main building pad, let's just say we're Pacifica, we're not building on piles or anything. The building pad.
Okay.
And then the other aspect of what we were talking about was defining the building height, like where the roof is. So for non-pitched roofs, it would be where the floor plate is. So excludes the parapet. And actually, well, looking at our diagram, it looks like the way we measure, because it looks like there's a parapet defined there. It looks like we are measuring to top a parapet. But to be consistent with how we're defining that additional 5-foot parapet, I think our building height measurement should go to the wall plate. And then, sorry.
Do you mean like the top of the roof surface?
The top of the roof surface. And then for pitched roofs, it would be measured to where the eave is, where the eave and the wall plate meet for that top story.
I thought, maybe just as a point of clarification, I thought Vice Chair Hauser, you were talking about an average between the top of the pitch and the
Oh, we can't hear you.
The midpoint between the top of the roof and the eave. So in this picture that was on the screen a second ago, it would be halfway down the triangle on the top image.
Oh, and
Yeah.
so I was thinking that it would be at the eave to be somewhat consistent with if you had a building that didn't have a pitched roof. So basically at the top floor wall plate for both.
Yeah, my only concern with that, Lauren, is that the typical parapet is usually about 42 inches for Cal OSHA. But when you have a pitched roof, especially when you want to get like quality architecture, you have like a steeper pitch that goes higher. So I don't want to have architecture that sacrifices the aesthetic just because we've defined, like a 42-inch typical limit. I don't know. I just think that I like the midpoint rule. I think it's consistent with the way most jurisdictions do it, but totally open to.
Okay. No, I mean, I certainly would defer to you on that.
The midpoint also then helps you sort of control the overall height of the roof as well, because you have to hit the point in between the two. You don't just have an unlimited upward slope.
Yeah,
spire.
When I was thinking about it previously, assuming that I would stop at the eave, I was finding comfort in just code requirements that you can't have too steep of a pitched roof if it's pitched, or else you have to switch it to a metal roof, or vice versa. If it's too shallow, you need I think what I was thinking is more lenient to developers. I think the midpoint idea is more beneficial for us to have control, like Director Updegrave mentioned. So let's do that. Okay, so Vice Chair Hauser and I just talked through a bunch of things. How does the rest of the commission feel?
So we're going to go with the midpoint.
Midpoint.
Yes.
On the pitched roofs.
I think that is definitely a more uniform standard
Yeah.
to go with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Midpoint. Sounds like everyone's good with the midpoint, and everyone understood how we measure height starting at the average between lowest adjacent grade and highest adjacent grade? Okay. And that's per building pad. So if there's a site that's developing multiple flats or townhomes, each individual pad would be subject to their own height requirement.
And can I ask one more clarification in terms of the roof form? Is there a specific direction on shed or butterfly roofs?
Ooh. Vice Chair Hauser?
What's a butterfly?
I don't know what a butterfly roof is. On shed roofs, I think we're covered with shed roofs, which I feel like I see mostly as like a lower story decorative element. I'm gonna Google butterfly roofs as we're talking about them because I have never heard of that.
It's like two sheds.
Or you could imagine the low point is in the middle.
The
and it
low
goes
point
up
in the middle.
On either side.
And it goes up. I think typically shed roof height is measured to the top of the shed, like to the top of the roof surface, as if it were a flat roof versus a pitched roof.
That's terrible for drainage.
Is this what the police station has? I can't, I'm like, this looks so familiar, but I can't place where I've seen this in Pacifica.
The drain is.
I mean, I'm open to suggestions. Do we have suggestions?
Okay. Guess you could build a house there.
I guess the midpoint would still apply to a butter, for at least the images I'm looking at. Because it's the midpoint of the roof height. I guess it doesn't snow here, so like you couldn't do that where it snows. Any other clarification questions?
And so that was to the midpoint?
It would still be well, my thought is it would still be the midpoint of the roof, even though the roof pitches opposite. It'd still be at its midpoint. Midpoint being with respect to vertical midpoint, not horizontal midpoint.
And so it would be the midpoint between the low point of the shed roof and the top of the shed roof?
Yeah, so if you had a shed roof, there's a low side and a high side. The midpoint would be, from a vertical standpoint, the center. So not from a horizontal standpoint. Then that should cover butterfly roofs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else for Article 25, height limits?
Do we need consensus on the retaining walls?
I guess we do, but I don't know that we developed language. I guess it's still, how would we define retaining walls? Because I don't know if we necessarily want to say the average between the lowest adjacent grade and the highest adjacent grade. For retaining walls, my first thought is just to measure it from the low side.
Agree.
So then a separate item in Article 25 would be for retaining walls, or for walls, and they're measured from the low side of the wall. So lowest adjacent grade. And that's where the height of the wall is measured from.
Okay, we haven't analyzed this section, so I don't know if there's any kind of unintended consequences or other questions that we need to ask
And
for that, but we can put something together for consideration.
yeah, and I know that we're throwing a lot of new things at the team. Also doing a time check, because it's 11:03, and seeing that we're only on Article 25, but we have made a lot of progress, so that's great. I think we certainly want to look at a red line update. I think it would be great if we could get through the zoning amendment text and maybe understanding that we want to see, the Planning Commission would like to see the amended text recommendations come back to us in red line version. Maybe that could give us some confidence and we could go a little quicker through our deliberations, knowing that we'll have another review. But I do think it's important tonight to just get us through the zoning text amendments, or else we're kind of going to end up starting where we started tonight again. So.
Can I get clarification on the final direction for retaining wall?
Sure. So I think the commission would like to see another bullet point added to Article 25 that's specific for retaining wall, or for wall, I'm going to just say wall heights.
There is already a section about retaining walls in the code.
Do you know what? It's not in an article.
It's B.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the next one.
So is it in our purview to amend how wall heights are measured, since it does apply to development for the housing element sites?
I think it's within the purview. I just want clarification on what it is we're being asked to bring back for the change in that regard. So it was changing the measurement?
How we define wall height measurement. I guess, question, is it in our purview with this agenda item to amend the wall height section that's on the screen?
I mean, I don't think there's anything that prevents you from making recommendations. It's not really within the scope of that housing element rezoning program. And again, I mean, there's language in here about, what do you do when there's also a fence? So it's just more than, again, it's that sort of unintended consequence.
Sure.
And just making sure that we're being thoughtful in terms of making all of those changes.
Well, I guess, can the commission provide just our recommendation of how we would like walls measured? And then understanding that we're going to continue this item and come back, reviewing the amendments. At that point in time, if staff determines that it's not in our purview to change, or there's a trickle effect of the change that we requested, then we can evaluate that at our next meeting. Okay. Does that make sense? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the direction from the commission is that wall heights should be measured from the low grade, the low end of the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a consensus on that? Yep. There's consensus on that. Anything else for Article 25, height limits? Nope. Okay, moving on. Article 28. Any comments there? Vice Chair Hauser?
There was just one from me on C.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
so weird. I don't know. It's like muting and unmuting seems to fix it. So on C in this section, which says for multiple family projects, street access to all parking spaces shall be limited to 50% of the total lot frontage, but in no event shall such access be greater than 50 feet. I don't know what this is intending. It's like, I'm not quite sure what's being proposed.
What packet page are you on? Sorry.
I'm in packet page, so all my notes are from last meeting, so it's packet page 74 of the last one, but it's Article 28, essentially.
I think it's packet page 202.
So it's Article 28C, as in cat.
Oh, you know what? I actually think that might be existing language that was just renumbered.
Got it.
But let me pull that up. Or so Article 28.
Maybe this is saying that you need to have a frontage requirement, like you need to have
Yeah.
a build to line for the building of no more than 50, or like an opening of no more than 50 feet. It's unclear what this is intending.
Yeah, so that is existing language in the code right now. It looks like we were just in the renumbering, it turned red.
Got it.
Yeah, but it's not an addition.
Okay. Do we know what it means?
Street access to all parking shall be limited to 50%. I think it is limiting the width of the access.
Safe.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, sorry. It's limiting the access.
Surface parking?
So the percentage of the frontage, so it can't exceed 50% of the frontage, but in no case could it be greater than 50 feet. So if you had 200 feet, you don't get 100 feet of access, you would still be limited to 50 feet.
Right, the intent is to not have your whole frontage.
Your whole frontage, yeah, be a big
Doors.
curb cut and access to the
Oh, so it's
parking.
for driveway?
Yes.
Driveway. Okay, that makes sense. I think,
It is not well,
Yeah,
written.
parking spaces.
it's not well written.
Multiple spaces next to each other.
Yeah.
Maybe we can just change the language to clarify it. I know it was unintended that it turned red, but since it did, I focused on it and I still don't quite get it, even though we've explained it. So that was my only one in this section.
okay.
I just,
Is that okay?
if the majority of the commission wants us to make changes and provide
Yep.
direction, they can.
I don't think we have direction, but I think, and looking for head nods, does the commission want clarification in the grammar or verbiage of this existing? I think that it would be beneficial to clarify that language. If it's supposed to mean driveways, then the word driveway should be in there somewhere.
We'll have to do additional analysis to really get to the
Yep.
bottom of it.
Yeah, so if staff could just look into that. Okay.
Okay.
And I think if you read it from the top, starting at the section 9-4.2813, access to parking facilities, and you read A, B, and C, it begins to make more sense. So yes, maybe C could be clarified, but I think in context it does.
Is there anything else for Article 28? Okay. So number of parking spaces required, that's in Article 28. We discussed parking and the changes, and I think staff had information, or had clear direction on that. That was evident in the presentation. Scrolling through, electric vehicle charging stations. Next up is Article 54. Did I skip over anything that anyone wants to discuss? Nope. All right. Article 54, higher density residential and higher density mixed-use districts. So packet page 213. Any comments on Article 54? Vice Chair Hauser.
For 9-4.5403 development standards, A says all developments must include a minimum of 50% of gross square footage for residential use. I'd like to add a qualifier that this section shall not be construed to lower minimum FAR of commercial uses in mixed use districts. And then in B, little Roman numeral I think, and maybe I'm misreading this, it says, and not exceeding the minimum height. I think that's supposed to say maximum height.
I can provide clarification on that. The railing or parapet should not exceed the minimum height required by the building code. So like someone, if the building code requires 42 inches, someone's not coming in with 6 feet.
Got it.
But I think that it could be, the statement could be clarified.
Yeah, I'm okay with that in concept as long as it's clarified. And then while we're clarifying that, it would be great if we could clarify like the stoop requirement to just, for avoidance of doubt, we don't need to have stoops on ADA adaptable units. So like for example, if 10% of units have to meet Chapter 11 ADA requirements, those 10% don't have to have stoops, the 90% can, and it still meets the development standard.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
The section says, development with more than 40 linear feet of frontage along any street must provide one or more of the following at ground level. Does that address the concern?
Well, I think if you have a home, let's say you have a project, and I'm using townhomes as the example because that's what a lot of our densities accommodate, but let's say you have a project with 20 townhomes along the frontage, and 2 of those need to be ADA adaptable. If the developer provides, I can't even remember what numbers I was using. If the developer provides all but 2 of those with stoops, I feel like they hit the requirement.
Any additional clarification?
No, sorry, I was just, okay, sorry, I was just taking notes. I didn't realize you were waiting for me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just want to make sure you have time to take the notes. Anything else in Article 54? Seeing no from Vice Chair Hauser. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, on to Article 50.
I'm sorry, I do have a point of clarification. In terms of A, adding something about minimum FAR, it's a state law requirement that we require a minimum of 50% of the gross floor area to be residential use. And I think that, that could be a potential conflict.
It's not. What I'm saying is the minimum FAR required in the general plan is not going to be superseded by the minimum of 50%. People can hit both, and they have to hit both because they're both minimums.
So the minimum FAR in the general plan must be met in addition to the minimum of 50% of gross square footage for residential use.
Or refer to the
Correct.
zoning.
Okay.
It might be more appropriate to refer to the zoning districts in this document because the minimum FAR is also in the zoning.
In the zoning.
So, okay, so I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Article 55, R30, multifamily residential district. Any comments on this? Vice Chair Hauser?
I feel like I'm the only one with comments. The front setback of 15 feet seems big, but I'm fine with it if everyone's fine with it. My biggest comment on all of these was for where it says permits for site development subject to provisions of Article 9-4.32. I could not find that in the municipal code, and I don't know if that means I'm not looking in the right place or if that's not the right code section.
It looks like the reference might have gotten cut off. Let us find that for you.
Okay.
If that could just be updated in the red line amendment.
I think that's intended to refer to Article 32, site development permits.
Got it. That makes more sense.
Yeah, so 3201 et sec, or Article 32, we can clarify.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else for Article 54 or Article 55?
I think for wherever we say things like accessory dwelling units and JADUs, subject to the standards of Article 4.5, we should add and consistent with state law, since ADU law seems to be consistently changing. But I'll defer to Karen on that.
Thank you, yeah, that's a good comment.
All right, Article 56, R40, multifamily residential district. I think some of Vice Chair Hauser's comments can apply to this one.
Yeah.
So like the permits for site development needs to be updated.
Yes, we'll carry those through all the
Okay,
districts.
thank you. Anything else for R40? All right. R57, R50, multifamily residential district. And the same comments will apply. Anything in addition? Vice Chair Hauser?
The only clarification I was hoping for on this one is that I don't see any R50 sites and it doesn't exist on our land use and zoning map. So I'm okay with the designations, but I wonder if we need to add this on the land use map, even though nothing has been designated as such yet.
You mean just like potentially in the legend of the
Right.
land use map? We can
Think so.
add those to the legend, and maybe we put a note. Yeah, we can figure out how to add that.
Okay.
Anything else? No? All right. Article 58, R60. So prior comments will apply. Anything in addition? Nope. All right, moving on to Article 59, MU 30. Vice Chair Hauser? Oh, we can't hear you.
Now?
Yep.
Okay, my comments are going to be pretty consistent across all the commercial mixed use, which is that I feel like we need to make it clear that this is not residential with commercial optional. So under 1, I would like to clarify that it's multifamily dwellings when accompanied by the minimum commercial FAR.
You're talking about the permitted and conditional uses?
Correct.
We wouldn't put a development standard within that, within the permitted uses. So the standards table provides the minimum FAR for the site. But FAR isn't a use.
I totally concur, Director. I think the issue is that I have worked in a lot of jurisdictions where it's unclear in mixed-use districts that you need to have the commercial. And because it's unclear, everyone is proposing 100% residential, which is fine on some of these sites, but because we very specifically picked a bunch of sites where we still want commercial, which was talked about extensively during the study sessions and the joint study session with council, it needs to be clear here that this is not residential only mixed use districts like it is in many cities.
And Vice Chair Hauser, just because I have a couple of comments on this zoning district, if we could plan to take it number by number, just so we don't skip anything, in case anyone, so you're on item 1, or?
Yeah, and that's the only one I had here.
Okay.
Yeah, let me find that section.
I'm gonna let Karen and Samantha discuss.
We're discussing, perhaps alternative ways to get at your same concept without including it as a use, like maybe a footnote or an asterisk.
Is it not acceptable to say multiple family dwellings when, like, comma, when the required FAR is provided?
FAR isn't a use, and so, I think we need to.
When minimum when commercial is provided?
I think we need to just work on
Okay.
how to bring those concepts together.
I'm open to bringing it back and like having us review proposed language. I think my concern is pretty clear from the last meeting as well. And so I think, I'm open. There is a minimum FAR in the chart already. I know how I think when I see a code written like this, and I think, oh, great, I can provide 100% residential, which is not what we've designed here.
We can work on some language for that.
Thank you. I have a comment on 6. Does anyone have anything for 2 through 5? Okay, I'll jump in then. So 6, just stating mixed uses, and especially because we have the term mixed use defined in the general plan, is it vague to say mixed uses? Does it open the door to something that we don't already define? Because then item 7, we discuss retail stores, shops. We effectively list all the mixed use examples that are acceptable. So I'm wondering if it would make sense to remove 6 mixed uses.
I think we could look at some different ways to say that. It is, I think, fairly typical for mixed use to somehow be identified within the allowable uses. But I hear...
Could it perhaps be combined with 7? And my only concern was making it a separate item stating mixed uses. I worry that that is vague and can open to, I don't know, something that's unwanted that I'm going to get to when we get to item 20.
Right. I think the intention is that you can have, these are mixed-use districts, and so you could have a mix of the permitted uses, of like the uses that are allowed.
Can that be defined in A? Permitted uses, the following uses shall be permitted in the MU30 district and any combination thereof, or something?
I think we could definitely look at that.
Yeah, if you could look at proposed, but I'd like to see item 6 removed or rephrased to be a little more direct. I don't have another comment until 20. Anyone else? Okay. Then moving on, or I guess when I say 20, it's B20. So B20, and this is a conditional use, I understand, but B20 is firearm sales, subject to the provision of our code. I personally believe that we should not have a firearm store in the same, under the same roof as residential. So I'd like to remove 20. I see a thumbs up from Vice Chair Hauser. What do other commissioners think? Yes? We have consensus. That is all I have for MU30. Anyone else? Vice Chair Hauser.
I felt similarly about marijuana testing operations.
Yeah.
Because you could grow your own by right already.
So why mention it?
I just don't know if we need testing operations, but yeah.
I agree with Vice Chair Hauser.
There's no need for it, testing could cover some
I mean, if anything, I'd say that potentially could be industrial. Yeah. So I think 21, we would like to strike as well.
Yeah, it seems redundant as far as the other.
So we have consensus on that too. All right. Anything else for mixed use 30? All right, moving on to Article 60, MU 40. So I think we probably have a lot of the same comments. So Vice Chair Hauser had the comment on A1, which we'll look forward to recommended language. And I have the same comment on B20, and then I think the commission also has the same comment on B21.
And same comment on A6?
Oh,
for
and
mixed
6.
uses?
Yep, thank you. You're welcome. So A1, A6, B20, B21.
Yes, and we, excuse me, we will look at those throughout.
Thank you.
Yeah, throughout all the districts.
Thank you. Anything else for MU, I don't even know, MU 40? Nope. Okay, moving on. Article 61, MU 50. So we understand that our previous comments will be applied forward. Any new comments for MU 50? All right, not seeing anyone. Moving on to Article 62, MU 60. Same comments will apply. Anything new? No? All right. Moving on to Article 63, MUI 30. So I think we'll have some here. Let's go number by number. So starting with Section A. Any comments on Section A for MUI 30? Vice Chair Hauser.
I feel like this will hear me.
It's difficult to hear you again. You might try muting and unmuting.
Better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I feel like we talked about this before, and now we're at the spot where we would want to do it. But I think this is the spot where we'd want to very clearly say as a permitted use, like ancillary, like commercial uses that are ancillary to institutional. So I think Samantha's example of like a museum shop, or if the art, the art exhibitors are selling coffee from a coffee kiosk, that kind of stuff.
I concur with that. And I think.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I think staff could propose language for us to review next time.
Deputy Director Harkusha, if you could go back to these slides. I mean, I think this is where we wanted to have the conversation to get more clear direction in terms of, one more forward, I think. Yeah. To get clearer direction in terms of the allowable and the conditional uses within these districts. I think these in the MUI 30 are fairly similar. Sorry, I'm just reading through. Except we have the mixed use, which we'll address, and then schools. So, and then the conditional uses.
Yeah, and I think MUI 30 was closest to what we were going for. I think when we get into like MUI 50, that's where a lot of my comments, at least for it seeming more mixed-use commercial focused.
Right, and so next then the question is, you know, do you want, are the MUI 30 uses, or are they okay as is, or did you want to align these more so that the permitted and conditional uses are consistent or more consistent across the MUI districts?
The only comment that I had was for the marijuana testing operations.
Right, got that too.
And then addressing if an institution wants to have a little gift shop or something. Does anyone have any other comment on the uses that are outlined here for MUI 30?
Do we want to remove 6 mixed uses?
Oh, yes. I keep, because I marked it up on the first one, but only the first one.
No worries, no worries.
Thank you.
And did we want to include churches or no? Was this really just intended to include schools?
No, you're right, Commissioner Davis. We need the institutional uses that are currently at the sites, which includes religious.
Anything else in addition to adding religious uses? I guess cultural, we added to MUI too, didn't we? To the language?
We, yes, the direction was to add that within the general plan, to put them into the zoning ordinance. We currently have a use art galleries, dance art studios, and craft production shops.
Do we need to list those here?
They should be listed in the zoning to make the two consistent.
We'll list them. Okay. Okay. Yep.
And then, the current definition that we have, it doesn't specifically call out something like a performing arts venue. And so the staff recommendation would be to consider that as well when looking at what kind of cultural facilities now do you want to allow within the specific zoning districts.
And your recommendation is that we specify here?
You should specify within because the general plan is going to give you the broad umbrella.
Where we say cultural. And then here we should say art center. Okay. Well, art center, performing art center, auditorium. Is that performing?
And
open to staff's recommendation, I guess, when you have a chance to propose language?
Yeah, I think these are the recommendations.
Oh, gosh, I'm not even looking.
Oh, here.
These are the recommendations that we would make, and then
Yes.
You know, if you have refinements or other things or.
Accessory commercial uses incidental to a permitted or conditional use, is that idea like a gift shop?
I think that, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think it is somewhat flexible. The definition of accessory uses is, sorry, all the way at the top of my page. The current definition of accessory use in the zoning ordinance means a use of a building or site or a portion of a building or site which use is incidental or subordinate to the principal use conducted on or occupying the site. And so that would allow those kinds of incidental and like the smaller subordinate commercial uses without sort of opening it up to commercial development, which was, I think, what we heard at our last hearing was not wanted, right? But that wanted to be able to support things like the gift shops, bookshops, art sales, coffee shop.
I'm supportive of what's recommended here. Do we have a consensus from the commission? Yep, seeing head nods.
So,
Yep, go ahead.
sorry, I was going to ask a question. So we're going to apply this to MUI 30, and then could it just kind of be our baseline from there for the other 3 categories of that, of MUI?
Yeah, and I think that is, exactly, Commissioner Davis, and kind of for the Planning Commission to decide what variations by zoning district you might want within that.
Vice Chair Hauser?
I was going to move on just to the next portion of this, which is, can you hear me?
Yep.
Which is that for the table of development regulations here, this is one of the 2 districts that got the 5-foot bump. So the height maximum here is 45, but it should go down to 40 to match what we discussed at our last study session, which is that the MUI matches the R, lot coverage, height, etc.
Agree with that? The commission agree?
Yeah.
Yep. Agree. We agree. Anything else for MUI 30? No? Okay, Article 64, MUI 40. So we'll apply the same comments as previous, using the baseline that we just discussed for MUI 30. Any other comments for MUI 40?
So just to clarify, again, newbie, catching up. So MUI 40 allows single-family dwellings and multiple-family dwellings, and 30 is just multifamily dwellings. And that was the intention? I'm not saying I disagree with it, I just want to make sure it was the intention. Because you notice...
That's definitely not the intention.
Yeah, and I think that, again, so looking at the uses that we just discussed versus the uses that were in the draft, so coming back from that, our last meeting and taking that direction on changing the uses. But Commissioner Davis, I'm glad you brought that up because one of my questions that I forgot to ask was, currently in our R3 district, single family is allowed as a conditional use. And so whether that housing type should remain a conditional use, should it be in all of them? These are higher density districts. So just something I I think that the commission might want to consider.
Yeah, and it goes back to multiple family only in MUI 50. It's just inconsistent.
Right, so again, I think we've reset on the uses. Looking at that recommendation to use the R3 as the baseline.
But it's a question of if it's a conditional use.
Right.
My thought is, especially by the time we get to MUI 40, no, it's not a conditional use. Perhaps we can consider it a conditional use for MUI 30. Vice Chair Hauser?
I don't think that we should have single-family housing in any of these new zones. Single-family housing tops out around 8 or 9 dwelling units an acre for like 3-story small lot single family. There is no way that this helps us get to our arena.
Yeah, right, that's true. So, sorry, Director Updegrave, you said that single family is already a conditional use for R3?
Right, which is a
R3,
a lower,
which is an existing.
right, which is the existing.
Okay, but it's not, okay.
And so, right, so one of the questions was, would you want to carry that allowance through in your new MUI districts, or do you want to remove single family? Do you want to allow its conditional use?
I think we want to remove single family as a permitted use or a conditional use from the MUIs. But then I also think, Vice Chair Hauser and I agree, that we remove it from R30, 40, 50 if it's stated in there.
We can go back and check.
Okay, yeah, if you could go back and check. I think the intention is none of these new zoning districts should have single family. Okay, seeing no objection. Anything else for MUI 40? All right. Moving on, Article 65, MUI 50. I know this one needs a lot of change, but it sounds like staff fully understands the intent. We'll use the outline that we developed for MUI 30 as a base, and then what was recommended in the presentation. In general, MUI 50 just presented as too much mixed-use commercial, but I think everyone understands that.
Right, and we'll carry that forward
Yep.
throughout all of the MUI districts.
Yep. And then, yep. Vice Chair Hauser. Redo your vote, yeah.
All right, there we go. So this was the other district that had the height maximum 5 feet over, so it should be 50 feet instead of 55. But the other one here, and maybe we talked about this, is that in 11, as a conditional use, it says one or more dwelling units in the same building as a commercial use. When located entirely above the floor, density shall be controlled by a minimum lot area per dwelling unit of 2,000 square feet, which is less than the minimum density allowed in the regulation. So there's a discontinuity there.
Right, so we'll be removing all of these uses and replacing with the list that we talked about.
Okay.
Anything else, Vice Chair Hauser?
Mm-mm.
Anything else from the commission?
And this was the 50, I just want to make sure that I got that this was to reduce to 50 feet for the height?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So 5 feet less. Oh, and there's a typo in the next row of that same table. This I lot coverage The I should be removed.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to get sued by Apple.
Apple, I know. Where's the trademark?
Thank you for catching that.
Okay, moving on to Article 66, MUI 60, same comments apply. Yeah, same comments apply, especially firearms showed up again.
It's all gone.
So the-
It's all gone.
Anything else for MUI 60? All right. Okay, moving on to the combined, Article 67, the combining districts. I have a couple. Kind of jumping back to what I was saying earlier. Well, I guess let's start with, because my comments start at the applicability and with the table. So does anyone have comments on the purpose? Oh, no, we might have lost. Did we lose Vice Chair Hauser? Oh, here she is. You're good on the purpose? Okay. Anyone else on the purpose section? Okay, then moving on to applicability. So, well, my comments regarding, and I mentioned this earlier, so the fact that we are combining APNs for one site and then later require that it's developed contiguously in the additional requirements section, we say it in C3(3). I have concern that some of these sites could be, and I know that there is confirmation of one, it is owned by separate property owners, so it'd be a burden to require that the APNs be developed at the same time if they're under separate ownership.
If I could take your questions, Chair Berman, sort of one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the sites that are comprised of multiple parcels, those sites have already been established and determined within the housing element. And so we're not able to change those without a revision to the housing element.
I guess then.
So so the sites that you see with multiple, those are the sites, so they're not individual sites.
Okay, then my comment is probably going to start on packet page 118. So I'll hold it and see if there's any other comments before then. Vice Chair Hauser, oh, sorry, when I say packet page 118, I'm referring to last times.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Hauser?
So I had one comment before that in the applicability section for A. There's a reference to figure 9-4.6802A. And I don't know what that map is, and it may be like the zoning map, but it wasn't quite clear from the staff report what that image is going to be. So I was hoping to get some clarification on that.
I think that is supposed to say 6702A, which is the table directly below.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes it much easier. So that's easy. I think just Chair, to kind of piggyback on what you were saying about the different parcels. And I would love to get staff's opinion on like this scenario, but I have had a couple of like interesting sites where it's the whole thing is a housing element site, but then there are physical constraints. So I had one where there was a fault line running through one of 3 parcels. And we just took that parcel completely out, and city staff was able to do that without any sort of issue. And I'm wondering if there's anything in here that staff feels like constrains you guys to requiring some sort of assemblage. Because I don't think that was the intention, but I'd really like to understand what Lauren is asking about.
And I could go, so I think really my comment is for the next section under C. Well, I have one for C2. The density of the project is at least, well, it's separate, sorry, to stay on the topic of Vice Chair Hauser. So I think the issue that I have is in C3, where it says there are at least 16 dwelling units on the site with the following site-specific requirements, and then it says sites 16A and 16B need to be developed, treated as one contiguous site. Same for 27A and B. And then item 3 also says other sites made up of multiple parcels as identified by unique APNs are to be treated as one contiguous site. So my concern is that's overly burdensome if 2 APNs are owned by separate ownership. And then Vice Chair Hauser earlier brought up a good point. The property line between the APNs having setbacks from that property line causes issues as well. So that may be a separate topic to discuss, exception with the setbacks. But so my proposal was, well, I don't know why 1, 2, and 3 are separated. I think we could accomplish it with just 3. So sites made up of multiple parcels are to be, may be treated as one contiguous site. So instead of are to be treated, I suggest we say may be treated.
I would like for us to just research and make sure there's not some kind of reason that's sort of pushing that more mandatory language, so that we can definitely look into that and bring that back. I do know that part of the intention is to allow these to be treated as one contiguous site, so that the development across both parcels allows you to get to that 16 units, 16 units on the site, right, between those sites, and allows you to not be, having multiple setbacks, right, from the interior line. So it's allowing basically to treat it as one development site. So for the purpose of this section.
So with respect to the setback concern, the terminology of one contiguous site implies that the setbacks don't need to be adhered to for that central property line.
I think it depends on how it's laid out, like if they're being how the development proposal is coming together. This section is specifically talking about the number of units on the site, because in order to qualify for that by right, you need to have at least 16 dwelling units on the project. And so this is why I think I just want to look into it more and make sure that we're giving you the correct information on the nature of that.
Okay, and then, yeah, I guess we need to kind of zoom out as well and discuss, well, I don't know if, discuss the by right, which I know we discussed before, and that's still pending staff's review. Well, I do have one other comment, but in case Vice Chair's is in line. No? Okay, then I'll
No,
jump.
I'll come back after your comment.
Okay. My other comment, just going up the page from where we just were, C2, the density of the project is at least 20 dwelling units per acre. And then if the underlying zoning district requires a minimum density of more than 20 dwelling units per acre, the underlying zoning's minimum density must be met to meet this provision. We have greater than 20 dwelling units per acre for all of these, so I don't know that that applies.
Yeah, so we're still required to have that language in the code because of state law.
Okay.
It's the way it's written in state law that it has to have at least 20.
Got it.
And then we did discuss that with HCD, and they said, sure, yeah, you can always require more. So that's why it mentions the state law and then references back to our minimum densities.
Okay, yeah, because the 20 dwelling unit per acre would be less than what we're requiring.
Correct, yeah, on some of the sites.
Okay.
Which is not the intent of the state law, so.
Okay.
Yeah, that this would automatically be met.
It-
So it's kind of
Which was my
it's-
point.
yeah, it's super-
Which is why I said maybe this doesn't belong, but if it's state law, I mean, I guess it's harmless,
Yeah.
so. And then my other comment was for C4, the proposed development is exclusively residential. I had thought that that statement was unnecessary, but now I'm losing my train of thought.
We will look at this as well in terms
Okay.
of the state law requirements and whether this needs to be in here.
Okay. Yeah, because it's implied. Well, so that was it, and then I know, well, obviously, there's discussion on by right, but I'll pass it over to Vice Chair Hauser.
So, think. Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you can, okay. So I was just gonna echo what, City Attorney Murphy just said, which is that there are like 3 or 4 state law sections that like verbatim say a lot of this stuff. And I was gonna say, Chair Berman, since you had the idea of seeing the red line before we move this forward, I think that probably gives time to get the research, and I don't want to be, presumptuous on it, but I think it gives time to get the research into whether we need more than the 3 sites to be by right. Because I think where we had ended up at the last meeting was it was just Sanchez Library and the 2 at Manor Plaza. And so I think this is worded in a way that's thoughtful. I really like what staff did with the polygons here. I don't think that was an easy task to make that so graceful. And then for the by right, I think a lot of this stuff is necessary. I think the question is just which sites it's gonna apply to. And if it's okay with you, Lauren, I just don't want to spend a ton of time on it until we have like the legal outcome.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, and I was hoping that we could end by 12. I know we're already past 12.
Yeah.
Well,
This is a perfect place to end.
I know. Well, I want to thank you, everyone.
Concur.
Yeah, because I wanted to get through this. So I think we did. Director Updegrave, do you need any further clarification on our direction?
I think I have everything. I've been taking studious notes as we go.
Yeah.
And we'll be sure to include in our next presentation confirmation that, here are the things that we heard and that we did, and the changes will be incorporated into a red line draft.
Thank you.
And the one other thing that I wanted to note with respect to some of the provisions that we discussed earlier in the mixed-use districts and confirming that commercial would be required, that there is a program in the housing element to amend the code to require a minimum amount of residential within the development and to prohibit 100% commercial uses and other requirements in accordance with the government code. And that's program 13 in, trying to make sure I get the right number, in HE 1. So I just, when we're working on those revisions, I just want to take, to consider that those additional revisions will also need to be made at some point just to make sure that we're being consistent with also future things that will need to be made. So,
Okay.
but we'll look at that kind of from a global perspective and bringing back revisions.
Okay, thank you. The last thing that I'd request, and we touched on it a couple times between this meeting and the previous one, if staff could take a look at recommended language, and I don't know where it goes, but something to instill confidence in the commission and the public that the Sanchez Art Center would be preserved, and that includes, included in redevelopment beyond the understanding that there's going to be a thorough public engagement process if the city council decides to lead the development there. I think at least I am just looking for confidence beyond leaving it up to the city council public hearing process, which I have full confidence in, but I'm looking for something more. So anything else on the housing element?
Can I ask a clarifying question? You just said you'd like that language, which I think we all do, in case the city council decides to leave it in there. So I know one of our options is to make the recommendation that they pull Site 23. And is that something we're
It sounds like we
considering or
cannot
no?
do that.
We can't make that recommendation?
You could make the recommendation, but it's not part of this particular action. So it would require amending the housing element.
Understand.
So it is just, it's outside of the scope.
It's
I think,
outside the
of-
scope of this process that we're in right now with the zoning amendments and the
Correct.
general plan amendments. So if we did want to make that recommendation, I'm making no assumptions here, and I also want to get home. What would that look like? What would that process be?
Maybe we can follow up because the
Next meeting?
we can follow up at the next meeting and let you know if that is something that can be folded into the recommendation since the action is not on the housing element itself. So I'm not sure, but we can look into whether that could be included in the resolution.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
And I lost Vice Chair Hauser from the screen. Okay. Yes, Vice Chair Hauser.
I just want to say, as I feel like we're moving to like a point of completion, that this was not an easy task. And I know we've had like 3 different planning directors from starting this process. And I just want to like, I don't love the by right stuff, obviously, but I think that staff did a fabulous job synthesizing some really, really complicated things. So I just wanted to like end the evening of work on this saying that I really appreciate how graceful a lot of this stuff was, because there were so many ways for it to not be so graceful, and it was great.
Agreed. With that, does anyone have a motion for continuation? Do we have to define a date certain?
Thank you, Chairperman. I do recommend continuing to a date certain. I'm trying to look at the calendar while I'm talking. Our next meeting is the 16th. But I don't know that staff can complete the work in time to comply with the Brown Act.
I also will not be here on the 16th, and I would love to participate. Perhaps a special meeting or the first opportunity in July?
Yeah, in order to do a special meeting, I don't know that we can continue to a date certain because we need to check the availability too of the space. So I think that puts the next meeting at July 7th.
Will we have a quorum? July 7th.
I'll be here.
Yep,
I'll be here.
yep. Yep. We lost Vice Chair Hauser again.
I will also be here. I'm just dying slowly. Sorry.
I know, I think, yeah, a couple of us are. Okay. July 7th. Does anyone have a motion, or can someone provide the motion for continuation to, not to put words in your mouth? Vice Chair Hauser.
I will make a motion to continue this item to a date certain to review the red line and all of the changes that were done today.
Date being?
Sorry, did I say July 7th?
Thank you.
That date.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so motion made by Vice Chair Hauser, second by Commissioner Davis. Roll call vote.
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Devine,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
That vote passes.
All right. On to commission communications. Are there any commission communications? I lost Vice Chair Hauser. No. All right. Staff communications?
Just wanted to share that we intend to bring the short-term rental ordinance changes back to Planning Commission at our next hearing on the 16th. The City Council provided further direction to the City Manager that resulted in some substantive changes that hadn't been considered by the Planning Commission, so we'll be bringing those changes back.
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right. Roll call vote?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Devine,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Redfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Who was the first and second on that?
It was Redfield and then Davis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser.